Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Thoth. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Today it is a solo. I'm kidding. It's Friday, so I'm here by myself. Hey, hey, hey. Drop a one if you can hear me. Drop a one. One, 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 one. If you can hear me, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Um, this week, personally, professionally, YouTubianly, YouTubianly, this week took a lot out of me, like in terms of energy. And today I finally feel like energized again. So that's good. I really appreciate the support, the kindness, and all of that has been coming my way. I do, however, want to address something. And I was going to do a retrospective on this week and kind of what was happening and doing lives with Petty, which thank you, Prince Petty. I truly, sincerely appreciate you for lending us your time in the way that you have. I truly, truly appreciate that. And for the people who have, I'm not doing the retrospective, obviously, for the people who have reached out to me, um, I appreciate and really, really love the feedback. I love, 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 love feedback. I like to improve. There's something that you will never get from me. Um, and I think it needs to be clarified. I've said this once before. Let me do it a second time. I am no one's attack animal. I'm no one's attack dog. I'm not doing that. And I playfully, and I will continue to do this, playfully talk about dragging people. I don't drag. If you're looking to see me curse someone out, disrespect someone who has never disrespected me, if you're looking to monitor who I talk with, the people that I go to, like sometimes the Discord, my moderators, the people that I go to when I'm going to make a decision on engagement, I go to them. I'm fairly, I want to say very, but I'm just going to leave it at fairly. I'm fairly confident in certain decisions I make, and I take the L for any entanglement with anyone that has caused harm to me. I don't blame people. I don't engage in certain behaviors. What I do, I take responsibility for that. And who I talk to, who I engage with, I take responsibility for that. And I'm speaking vaguely because I do know that this is coming from a place of love and care and all of that. So I think that's important to say. Finally, in the opening, I've said this also before. I feel this like deja vu, but I'm still going to do it. Here we go. Yes, I do want to grow on YouTube. That would be amazing. All right. But more importantly, is at 500 subscribers, when 50 people, 20 people, 20 to 50 people would watch me live, I felt like I made it in terms of popularity. I think we have to conceptualize what 500 people in real life listening to you is like. You know what I mean? And really think about that. I don't think every one of us was meant to sort of have these huge platforms and maybe not even know how to manage ourselves or our ego. I would like that again. But if you're here because you think you're on the train before it gets huge, it might not happen. And I want you to get comfortable being just us. I the kinds of things that I might have to do in terms of compromise, acquiesce, bend the knee, I'm not about to do that for anyone. I like the ability to come on here, do what I want to do, say what I want to say, fight with my chat, fight with whomever, apologize, say I'm wrong, say I'm right. The kind of the kind of engagement I understand, and I could be wrong, but the kinds of engagement I understand in terms of content creator to content creator and content creator to audience that needs to happen for growth I don't think I have that in me. Honestly, I don't think I have that in me. I would much rather getting comments from you all and feedback and messages talking about that which you appreciate or don't appreciate in the space. I do not appreciate I do not appreciate comments and message and emails telling me about how to grow and what I need to grow because I could be this and I could be that. Yeah, I could be a billionaire. I would probably give away, I think Mark Lamont Hill said it. I would probably give away half of it, the money. And so I would caution you. I know where the impulse comes from, but I'm still going to caution it. I know that you're like, oh my God, Themis, you're great, you're amazing, love it. I think I'm great and amazing too. And we want more people to see you, love it, great, amazing. But I'm not about to compromise on what I believe. I'm not about to sugarcoat what I believe. I'm not about to lie about what I believe. And I'm absolutely not going to bend the knee to anyone in an effort to make you happy or make whatever this is get bigger. That's not going to happen. So, that out of the way, I do not want you to feel bad about anything that you've said thus far. Just know moving forward, please, I get it, but like, it, I feel bad because I feel like you feel bad. And I don't want that. Just enjoy the content. Tell me it's great. Tell me it's not great. Tell me what to improve, all of that. But don't do so because you think that I could just be bigger and better if I did this. Cool? All right. So get comfortable knowing that this is what it's going to be for a long time. And if the growth is coming, it's going to be slow. We might lose people before we gain people. It is what it is. All right. Whew. Level up single mom. Hey, we're fine. I know. I didn't say this. Hey, Sober Bobo. How are you? How is everyone this Friday? Now that that's out of the way, my skin feels great. I had a breakout this week and it's going away, so all is well. Welcome, everyone. Grab your coffee, water, tea. This is Sarasi tea, and I did put ice in it so I can do this. So disgusting. Let's get into the video because we have a lot to get into. Welcome, everyone. Hit the like button in, hit the like button in. I'm also, I will be coloring my hair and wearing it down next week. So that's that on that. Bye. All right. I'm announcing it because I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing next week. I do not want to hear nothing next week. Just know that I don't want to hear anything next week. That's just that on that. I do not want to hear anything next week when I come with a brownish hair. It is what it is. Mind your business. I'll mind mine, and we live our best lives. I'm kidding. You can drag if you want. All right. Serious. It is wild to me. We're going to get into Shannon Sharpe right now. Actually, we're not getting into anything. He might actually like the phrasing, and that's not what I mean. Here's the issue. I find it deeply, deeply concerning that a group of people who knows intimately what it means for their rights to be stripped away from them, who have been subjugated ever since we stepped foot on these here soil. It is odd to me that that same group of men would seek to control and subjugate other people, knowing full well how they feared under said subjugation. The group of men, Black men in particular, that should be the most understanding of oppression because of our intimate engagement with it are annoying online in their defense of Shannon Sharpe. These men do not want to disrupt the system. They want power and control in the system. And hearing these men talk about it is legal is concerning to me because it is legal means that they are degenerate. It is legal means that a bunch of these men are willing to do whatever, whoever, whenever they can, but for the law. And that's a problem for me. That is definitely a problem for me. So, because I can't pull my outline up on my computer for some reason because OneNote decided that it is going to mess up. I'm going to pull it up on my phone. I'm going to go through some of this. In a situation for Shannon Sharpe, where apparently he is a football player, I know nothing about that. I care nothing about his career. I'm not going to run through his career. I don't care about his past. I don't care to tell you how great of a black man he is. I do not care. He's trash. He's been trash, useless, terrible podcaster, don't know how to ask any question, no depth at all of analysis. The fact that he even have a podcast where he's interviewing people is deeply concerning. I don't care how much you like it. I don't care how much you call him Uncle Shannon. It does not matter. He is an elite. He's not the smartest person. And it's very telling whenever he opens his mouth to speak. That is that on that. The fact that he has amassed so many followers, so much followers within the Black community, and he is praised as some kind of speaker. I hope to God intellectual is not added at all to any descriptor of him. I've never seen it. The fact that he has taken up so much real estate in the culture is a problem, particularly around his interviewing and discussion around issues within the Black community. I find it absolutely abhorrent. I think it's degenerate and I think he is useless. I've always thought him to be absolutely useless on his show. That's that on that. Call it whatever you want to call it. That's what I'm going to call it. All right. So, Shannon Sharpe, a 20-year-old young lady came out and accused him of various things, two of which includes removing his protection during intercourse and also penetrating her anally. Both of which were against her will, allegedly. That's the two major part of the allegation. Now, there are other parts that seems to be shrouded in mystery around BDSM. And I think those are important to engage with. There are text messages that I will not be putting on the screen that highlight that Shannon Sharpe is into some kind of sex race play. And I do kink shame. It is what it is. I'm going to get into this. Race play is degenerate. If you are engaged in this, I think you are degenerate. I will always drag you for it. I think it is disgusting, useless. You're weak, a nothing, a B word. But on top of that is the idea that Shannon Sharpe talked about how people call him ugly when he was growing up and no one wanted to talk to him, and now he's into this or that. These groups of men who talk about how they are disgusting, weak A, nothing A, B words, and that when they were children, they were treated poorly, and now they have other groups of people treating them poorly. I have no sympathy for you. I have no care for you. You're useless, and that's just that on that. Now, for the group of women dragging this young lady because she's white, how absolutely dare you? Whenever these men come out and talk about their preference, they tell you to shut up and not engage. And now that their preferences are taking them to the court to get $50 million out of them, why are you in defense of the fact that there are people who engage in this discourse and they're saying, oh, well, if you were with a Black woman, don't finish that dusty, disgusting statement. No woman, Black, white, whatever, should have to go through what this lady is alleging. Unless you're going to say the allegations are not true, which you now need proof for, there is absolutely zero reason for you to be disrespecting this woman because she is white. Because she's white does not mean she should be abused. Because you are Black does not mean when you get abused, you should not be talking about your abuse and dragging your abuser through these courts. It is absolutely insane, abhorrent, disgusting, degenerate for you to be sitting up here talking about, well, that's why you should date a black woman. No, absolutely not. That is not why you should date a black woman. You should date a black woman because you like her. You should date a white woman because you like her. You should not abuse neither black woman or white woman. So, therefore, all the conversation around this that I have seen on TikTok and on YouTube, generally, they are degenerate, useless, and I don't really care to engage because what y'all are trying to do is make this Tony Busby is going after the black man. No, he's not. If this happened, Shannon Sharpe is trash. Now, when I say if this happened, I believe fully this happens. Shannon Sharpe was 54, 55 when he met in 1918. Yeah, she was 19 or 18 at the time. The report is that she's 19, but she was a teenager. And you, a 54, 55-year-old man, decided that you were going to get into a relationship with a teenager, and you expect us not to drag you for filth? Yeah, you're degenerate. You are degenerate. And if anyone is sitting here thinking, oh, it is legal, you're trash. Point blank, period. You're trash. If your response to Shannon Sharpe dating a teenager at 54 years old, you are trash. So, with all of this coming up, Shannon Sharpe's team wanted to leak to us that they offered $10 million, and she said, no, I have no business discussing that. I don't know the intricacies of that. I do know that people can draw out negotiations so that they don't have to engage with the actual payment. I am not engaging in that. Now people are saying Shannon Sharpe was going to buy NBC. Okay, people are saying that Shannon Sharpe was about to sell rights to his podcast, his company, for $100 million. And this is why the white supremacist system is coming after him. Or I can do you one better. He's degenerate. That's it. That's the counter argument. He's a degenerate fool. Yeah, all right, we're good. Cool. Kenny has been a member for 22 months. Thank you so much, Kenny. I appreciate you being here. So, with all of that coming up, Shannon Sharpe decided that he wanted to come out and let us know the truth. In his inability to articulate himself, he sat in front of his trophies and all of his awards, and he sat there to let us know that he did not do this. This is all a lie. It's a shakedown. She's an OnlyFans star, and all of that foolishness. And I have questions about this, but I am not even here to drag Shannon Sharpe fully. I am, but Dr. Umar getting dragged too.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z.
Sure, he targeted Jay-Z. Who else did he target? And did he lie on the other people that he targeted? It's a shakedown. Did it not happen? Can't even read the text on the thing to save his life.
Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine.
Oh, now you're worried about a stereotype. Now, if there is a 30-minute sex tape of you, and you believe he has that and he's going to release it, and you believe that it is going to play into every single stereotype that has been said about black men, it sounds like you are the problem. If there is a tape that when released will play into every single stereotype about you, black men, all of that, yeah, you were doing it. Why? The fact that you are in front of this obviously means we now have it. We saw the text. We heard the message where you said you were going to choke this young lady. Trigger warning, right? We heard all of this. We know what all of this means, and you are trash for it. You're trash for this. And you're going to get dragged. In the court of public opinion, you're going to get dragged through the roof.
That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly.
Not only is it a shakedown, it is a setup where she got you to come and play out all of the stereotype. Mind you, if he is saying that when this tape gets leaked, he will be portrayed as all of the stereotype, it sounds like at her invitation, quote unquote, you went there and played out all the stereotypes for her to record, and now she has a tape of you to put out there for the public to see. Is it that we are putting out the tape that highlights you playing into every stereotype, or did you actually play out these stereotypes on tape with this white woman? You must be all kind of dumb. This Shannon Sharpe must be all kinds of dumb. Not only is he violent and abusive, allegedly, he's also dumb. I could have told you he was, well,
also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want 50 million.
Why did you include her OnlyFans name? Why did you tell us her name? 2, why did you tell us she's on OnlyFans? Is this because you understand and you're attempting to weaponize patriarchy around women and their sexuality and the fact that sex workers are generally disregarded, and when they're abused, their abuse aren't taken seriously because, well, they, quote, deserve it because they're not human in the way that we consider humans to be. Mind you, if you are here talking about, oh, she's a sex worker, I promise you the men defending Shannon Sharpe does not care that she's a sex worker. That is just an excuse to engage in degenerate, disgusting behavior in defense of Shannon Sharpe. They would be dragging the Christianest of Christian women if that were her doing this. I promise you, you leaning into patriarchy to drag this woman because she is a, quote, sex worker is not to your benefit as a woman, generally. Am I saying all of this is true? I'm saying I don't know. What I am saying is I believe her. I sure do. When a 19, 20-year-old girl comes forward and said, as a teenager, a 54-year-old man took advantage of me, yeah, I'm going to believe her over you. I am so sorry. There is no reason, absolutely no reason for a 54-year-old man to be dating, sleeping with, engaging sexually in any capacity with a teenager. None. No excuse. You are wrong, you are disgusting, you are degenerate. That is it, point blank, period. There is nothing you can say to change the fact that you are degenerate. Nothing. And all of the men defending this, they too are degenerates. Mind you, let me be very clear. I am not on the believe all women train. Absolutely not. I do take women's claim as legitimate and treat them as legitimate. And that's what it means to believe all women, I believe. So in that way, yes. But when it comes to Shannon Sharpe, until he proved me wrong, I believe her. You should not be 55, 54, dating a teenager with the money, power, influence, notoriety that you have. That situation is ripe for exploitation. And you exploited her. And you use her. And then you slept with someone else, put that out there, now she's mad. Because everyone sat around and say you were gay. You decided to show them you weren't gay. And now look at you. Talking about you were on live stream with Michelle. Nobody believed that. That was a sad and desperate attempt to highlight the fact that you weren't into what you were into.
million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys.
All right, so he said this foolishness, and Dr. Umar came out. And one thing about Dr. Umar, when he's consistent, he's consistent. Dr. Umar came out whenever there is a degenerate black man that is facing the consequence for their degeneracy. Here comes Dr. Umar.
Sharpe, I'm going to stand with you, my brother, on one condition. I'm getting text messages from all over the African universe telling me that Shannon Sharpe was accused of the unspeakable. I'm getting text messages telling me that Shannon Sharpe was accused of the unspeakable.
I didn't realize there was music in the background, so I'll go to the main one. You're going to stand beside Shannon Sharpe with no information, no contact, no conversation, nothing. You have nothing. And you're going to stand with Shannon Sharpe. Why? The evocation of Emmett Till is one of the most annoying things that these men do. They've been doing this all over the media now around this. Why is it never that you think about or engage with what happened to that young man prior to dating? Why don't you do that? Because if it is in fact a warning signal, if it's the understanding of black and white culture that you think it to be, wouldn't that be a deterrence as opposed to an explanation exposed? It would be ex ante a deterrent, right? It would prevent you from the engagement, not an explanation after the fact, unless you learned it after the fact. You knew it prior. So no, I'm not engaging with that degeneracy. You do not get to go out of the community. You do not get to go abuse someone and then come back to the community and expect a defense. No. You don't get that. You don't get to mistreat people. Jonathan Majors, you don't get to go out there and abuse women and then come back and say, oh, look at the white system coming after me. The white system is not coming after you. You're facing the consequence of your degenerate behavior. What do you mean? And yes, if it were left to us, you would not face any consequence. And that's why I'm glad it is not. That is insane. Not the African cinematic universe created and produced by Dr. Umar. Just insane and annoying. All right. So he sat down to break down the case. Before we do that, I wanted to go to Lindsay. And she had something very interesting to say about this. And I thought it was important. And I love that she spoke up.
That's what he said, though.
I understand that.
But I agree with you.
Yeah.
My thing is that he said Tony Busby goes after prominent black.
Let's try that again. All right. I thought I got blocked. I was like, ooh.
There's me when you get caught up in a situation as a public figure and then you try to make it a community cause. This isn't about black men being attacked. I'm sorry. This is not how I see this. And people can come at me for that if they want to. This is Shannon Sharpe, as you said, not making correct decisions. I don't know. This is alleged. I don't know what's true and what's not true. But this isn't a community cause where the black community needs to rally behind you because a black man is being attacked. I'm sorry. That's not what it is. And when he says Tony Busby, what he does is go after black men, that he has Diddy cases that are still relevant. The Jay-Z one was not. The Deshaun Watson case, yes, he came after Deshaun. Those cases were settled.
Yeah.
Jay-Z's the only one that we know of that was thrown out because it basically ended up being a frivolous lawsuit.
Yeah.
That is not the case with Deshaun. And if you look at Tony Busby's prominent cases, they deal with him representing Texas politicians, white men. They deal with oil spills, chemical releases.
You're going to bat for Tony Busby.
No, I'm not. I'm going against.
Yeah, you heard that. And that's where you drag him. And that's the way you're going to bat for Tony Busby. No, you degenerate loser. Sorry, I don't dislike the man there, but if I were her, I would drag him. I would drag him. What do you mean? You're going to bat? No, I'm not going to bat for anyone. She's right. This is about a degenerate man who happens to be Black engaging in degeneracy. This is not a community problem.
Against what Shannon Sharpe is trying to do, because it's not rooted in anything factual. I'm sorry, it's not him. The black man community cause thing really bothers me.
This is my deal. I get what you're saying. There is no possible way. The only part of this that actually makes sense is the Tony Busby part in terms of the response to me. Because if no. If you are going to respond to this and say anything, you have to bring up the fact that Tony Busby just got dinged.
You really don't have to. You really don't have to bring that up. You really don't have to bring that up. Now, I understand that he's putting himself in the position of the Shannon Sharpe defending himself, right? That's what he's thinking. Yes, if I were caught in this, I would bring up the point that Tony Busby has filed a frivolous lawsuit against Jay-Z, right? But why are you putting yourself in the frame of the abuser, though? Why is that your automatic response to what she was saying? Why were you so quick to critique her assessment of the general issue and say, oh, you're going to bat for Tony Busby? It doesn't sound like she was. It sounded like she was speaking facts, and you didn't like that. This is a defense. I don't think he meant to defend Shannon Sharpe. I don't think he plans to defend Shannon Sharpe. I think that this is so deeply ingrained for them to sympathize with the abuser that it just actually came out. And I don't think he thinks he's defending Shannon Sharpe right now. I don't think he thinks that. I think he's pointing out that, well, if you're a man and you got caught, well, the first thing you would do is point out that the person who is suing you also sued someone and we found that was frivolous. So that's the perfect example to like highlight that you might also be innocent, putting yourself in connection with the person who just got off. So you are more akin to Jay-Z than to everyone else that he sued. Yeah, that's what Shannon Sharpe is trying to do. Shannon Sharpe is trying to say, I am like Jay-Z in the way that Tony Busby went after him frivolously, and he's coming after me the same way. Please do. Looking forward to hearing it. I will be there. Let me know. Well, if you do it at 4 o'clock, I won't, because I'm going to be watching Sinners, because apparently I need to watch it and review. So I'm going to probably watch it and review.
You have to bring that up. What I wouldn't have done was victim shame. What I wouldn't have done was doxed her. What I wouldn't have done is any of the things that make me look like the guy that's being portrayed in the lawsuit. However, if I am fighting this, I am definitely going to say the same lawyer that brought this case is the lawyer that Jay-Z just proved brings frivolous cases against powerful people.
That's not.
Okay, she's going to drag him I would drag him right there, right? That is a defense. And he is pointing out what he would do if he were that person. Why are you taking that? Why is that framing so easy to slip into? Also, that is a wrong statement. He does not bring frivolous cases against powerful men. He brought a frivolous case against Jay-Z. It's not men plural. You have to find you have to validate your claim that way. Oh, I would have dragged him. If I were her, I'm dragging him. Point blank, period. And this is why I don't maintain. This is why, because like the thing I don't do is I don't sit around and be quiet when foolishness is afoot. I'm not doing that. I am not sitting around and you say some nonsense and because we are cool, I don't check you on it. So yeah, my friendship's gonna get rocky a lot. This is wild.
Not what he said, though.
I understand that.
But I agree with you.
Yeah.
My thing is that he said Tony Busby goes after prominent Black men. That's not necessarily true.
It's true from the perception of people that have been watching Tony Busby.
No, it's not true. It is not true. Point blank, period. He does not only go after powerful black men, he go after all of them. Is he an ambulance chaser? Probably. Do I like him? Absolutely not. Will I vote? Will I cheer him on? No. Do I hope he wins? Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
His name has only come up with Deshaun and Jay-Z
And Puff.
and Diddy. But as I just
Here how dumb that is. Those three big black men that he went after, only one of them was it dismissed then. So it's two out of three.
said, Deshaun's cases were settled. They weren't thrown out.
Certainly.
The other Diddy cases have not been thrown out. Just the Jay-Z thing. So I don't like using Tony Busby to say this is a vendetta against black men. No, you made some mistakes here, Shannon. It bothers me.
I wish I had gone to the full thing so we can hear what this guy says. But what Van is going to do is then come back and say, no, I'm not defending Shannon Sharpe. Yes, you are. When you discredit Tony Busby in the specific way that you're doing, you're not just discrediting him for being a bad lawyer, you're saying that Shannon Sharpe is similar to Jay-Z, in that this is frivolous case, and we know that because Tony Busby files frivolous cases against black men, and that's not a valid claim. You can't legitimately say that there's no proof of that. We've only seen one of them dismissed publicly, and that was the Jay-Z case. Now let's count up all the others that weren't dismissed. So that's insane. So we heard that, and obviously, not to be outdone, Dr. Umar came back, and he was doing an interview on this, the art of the dialogue. Sure. And he's sitting down. Let me speed this up because this is a longer video. And he wanted to break down the case. So let's hear Dr. Umar attempt to break this case down, and let's discuss how awful and disgusting he is. And I'm tired of these people sitting up thinking that and pretending that they don't know what consent is. I am tired. I am sick and tired of people sitting up here pretending like they don't know what consent is. I'm also very taken aback by the idea that even in 2025, people are still asking when a person is abused, why don't they just leave? I am sick and tired of that. Dr. Umar is about to attempt to weaponize the whole abuse conversation and say, oh, why did she stay? And to me, that is degenerate. That is degenerate.
How you feel about Shannon Sharpe, him getting sued for $50 million by a white girl, a 19-year-old white girl?
It's interesting, Art, because last week I was at FDMG Academy doing some walkthroughs.
You were not at no FDMG Academy. Every year for the last 5 years of my life, every single year, Dr. Umar told us that the next year and this year that the school is going to be open. It was the HVAC system. Now it's the flooring. This is not that video. I've already dragged him for this school. This is not that video. Let's continue.
With some potential floor contractors, because we still have to get the floors covered up, the concrete.
He told the Breakfast Club that the HVAC system was the last thing. No. It's been 20 years. I'm talking about him saying, open up the school, right? He's been doing this for like 15 years. But for the last 5 years, he's been telling us that FDMG only needs the HVAC system, and he got that installed. So this year is going to open. This year is going to open. For the last 5 years, it has been this year it's going to open. Hasn't opened yet.
Where we remove the rugs that has to be covered up with tile. And so I'm in Wilmington, Delaware, outside of the school, and all of a sudden, my phone started going off. It started going off. I don't know if this was Monday or Tuesday, because Tony Busby, the attorney representing.
I'm still looking for potential contractor. He is a spy.
presenting the alleged victim, Gabriella Zuniga, or should we call her Gabriella I Love to Sue Ninjas? But that case was entered.
Who else did she sue? What other black men did she sue? Who did she sue?
Into court Sunday, a week from yesterday. And so I think I was at the school on Monday. It must have been Monday or Tuesday. And so my phone is going off and I'm getting all these texts. Shannon Sharpe has been Snow Bunny. Shannon Sharpe has been Snow Bunny. Dr. Umar, Shannon is being accused of the unthinkable. And it bothered me because, as you know, me and Shannon Sharpe have had some back and forths over the internet, never directly, but obviously me speaking to him and him speaking to me about, you know, his position that he don't date black women and that he prefers Caucasians. And of course, being who I am, respecting all women, no matter what the color, but I believe black men need to be with black women. And given the fact that Sean Puffy Combs finds himself in a situation he's in,
Sean Diddy Combs finds the passive language here is important, finds himself in the situation he's in. Oh, buckle in. If you ain't drinking something strong, you need to probably go get it if you're home and safe. Because finds himself in his situation he's in, it's absolutely diabolical work.
And R. Kelly finds himself in a situation he's in.
Finds himself. Let me be very clear. The world where the Dr. Umar ilks have power is a world you do not want to live in. These men do not know what accountability and responsibility looks like. They don't know what a consequence is. They don't care about any of that. All they want to do is run amok and not have to face any consequence for any of their actions. When you say Bill Cosby, when you say P. Diddy, when you say R. Kelly, and you use find themselves in the situation that they're in, you are disgusting, degenerate, useless, weak, ain't nothing a B word of a person. Yes, you are. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is insane. This man wants to be portrayed as a leader of the community, and the leader of the community does not understand or engage with what it looks like to hold someone accountable, take them to task, if you will, make them face some consequence for their poor behavior. How do you not engage with that ever? Everything is a conspiracy. Let's say they got snow bunnied, right? Aren't these men just walking full face front into the trap? Like, if these men are literally walking face, like these men are seeing the trap with the sign, a neon sign over it saying "trap here, do not enter. If enter, you will be trapped," and they're walking right into it. Maybe because they probably can't read. Neither here nor there.
And Bill Cosby finds himself in a situation he's in. And of course, Sean Carter freeing himself from false allegations that Tony Busby had lodged against him. You would think that in the aftermath of all of these sex assault cases that's going on, that Shannon Sharpe or any black male celebrity for that matter will conduct themselves in a more responsible manner. So I'm not here to beat a man when he's down, obviously, because as I've made it clear on social media, okay,
he does not belong around children. Talking about he doesn't want to beat a man when they're down. Mind you, this feels very reminiscent of a conversation where men are talking about how, well, men already know that, so I don't want to bring it up. It's already implied.
The disappointment of many, I stand with Shannon Sharpe. And I stand with Shannon Sharpe Art for one reason and one reason only. And that is because what he did in having a relationship with a 19-year-old snow bunny is not illegal. And so dealing.
I stand with Shannon Sharpe because what he did in dating a teenager at 54 years old is not illegal. This is your man's. This is your leader. This is your king. A man who says the man who relies on it is not legal is degenerate. Mind you, this same man will point out how degenerate and disgusting and those people who need to be taken to task for slavery need to be taken to task for slavery, even though slavery was legal in America. Should we get reparations for slavery? Yes, but it was legal. I thought legality was the basis for which you analyze everything. Through the lens of it is legal is how you see the world, right? Right? It was legal to do all kinds of things to Black people for many, many years in this country. I am sure you would want those people to face consequences. It is legal is an absurd, disgusting, degenerate rule to live by in terms of your moral principles and who should be excommunicated. But let's stop for a second. This is not about Shannon Sharpe dating a 19-year-old girl. It should. It should include that Shannon Sharpe, a 54-year-old man, was dating a teenager. That is very important, and he should be dragged mercilessly at every corner of this here YouTube, streets, and the entire internet for that. But dating a teenager at 54 is not the claim necessarily being levied. It is the fact that he R-ed her, allegedly. And I believe it is R-ing someone when you remove that, when you engage that way, when they say no and you still do it. Yes. Yeah. So even if this girl wasn't 19, even if she was 50 years old, we would still have the R problem, Dr. Umar.
With the American court system, morals has no place in it. Morals have no place in American law. If it did, we would have never been enslaved. So in a court of law, it's about.
Okay. Why are you asking for reparation? Should we just ignore? Why are you asking for anything back? It was legal. It was legal. Bye. Morality has no place. Bye. Are you dumb? This is actually kind of insane to watch. This is insane to watch.
About whether you broke the law. It's not about whether what you did was right or wrong. And
it is. What he did he break a law? Yes. Did he R her? Allegedly. What do you mean? Are you not engaging with the facts of the case? Do you actually think it was only their age that is a problem? You may have the best buy on the internet. Doxing her.
So I'm standing with Shannon Sharpe because I don't want to see his life destroyed like Puff, like Kelly, like they tried to do to Carter, like they've done to.
Who is they when you talk about destroying R. Kelly's life? R. Kelly destroyed his life. Puff Daddy destroyed his life. All these men, Bill Cosby destroyed his life. What do you mean? This man is a degenerate. I promise you this man is a degenerate, and woe to the woman who chooses him.
Cosby, I don't want to see this happen to another man. And because she was not legally a child, although too young for nearly all of us to feel comfortable with a man of his age dating her, it was not against the law for him to be with this 19.
It is wrong for him to be with the teenager, but it's not illegal. And you don't understand how you can extend that moral logic around what is right and wrong and what he's willing and not willing to do to have a bigger issue around his character. So you gonna sit there and defend the big, strong, powerful man against the teenager that he allegedly R-ed. That's what you're gonna do. That's the side you're gonna take. That's the side you're going to take.
18-year-old. So what do we know about this situation? According to Gabriela Zuniga, she met Shannon Sharpe at a gym in Los Angeles approximately 2 years ago, 2023. Now, Shannon alleges that he tried to present her with an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, which every celebrity should require from anyone they engage with. Well, guess what, Art? She decides she's not going to sign the NDA. That right there was a warning to Shannon Sharpe that this 19-year-old, who you shouldn't be dating anyway because of her age, because of her race, you need to end this. If she don't want to sign an NDA dating a celebrity, you know what that means. That means if this doesn't go her way, she's going to expose you.
So it is a teenager's fault that a 50-odd-year-old man continued to try to pursue her when she said she wouldn't sign an NDA. Mind you, these people actually think NDA protects them from criminal conduct, and that is insane to me. I'm not going to explain this further because I would prefer for degenerates to think NDAs protect them from criminal behavior. I would prefer for them to continue to think that.
Shannon Sharpe should have ended it right there. The problem was she fit his type. Obviously, Uncle Shay Shay, he likes Caucasian women, as we all know, and he likes them very skinny, which I didn't know. And the reason I'm saying that is the pictures that are floating around the internet on Gabrielle Asu Ninjas is pictures of a very petite Caucasian woman.
This, by the way, is how he gets black women. Let me rephrase. Right, what Shannon Sharpe, I might as well call him Shannon Sharpe. What Shannon Sharpe's attorney, apparently, this man, Dr. Umar, online is about to do is what he does to get people, women, particularly black women who are low self-esteem having. This is how he gets them and keeps them in his pocket. Because I do think there is a hunger for defense of black women generally because we don't see it, right? And in his description of another woman's body, for some reason, he's going to disgustingly go in on this woman's body for absolutely no other reason than one, to shame her, and two, to uplift black women in comparison to her. And for the black women who are sitting around cheering him on because you feel like you're being elevated in comparison to a white woman who's being abused, I also think you're a problem. I do. There is nothing that you should like about this patriarchal display of disgusting, degenerate misogyny. And he knows exactly what he's doing. There is no reason to drag black women into this right now. He knows exactly what he's doing. This attempt at triangulation should not work. It does.
Who, not being disrespectful when I say this, appears to be built like a 13, 14, 15-year-old child.
Okay, before we continue, if you sat there and you think the person that Shannon Sharpe is attracted to is built, look like a 13-year-old child, and he is attracted to that, you do know the definition of a pedophile, right? You do know the actual definition of a pedophile. So you also think he's a It is legal means you are also degenerate. After saying it is legal, then you go on to describe the body type of this person. You liken them to a 13-year-old, and you say Shannon Sharpe is attracted to that. You do know what you're actually saying about Shannon Sharpe, right?
She doesn't appear to be developed like a woman. She doesn't appear to be a woman who's in childbearing age. There's no curves on that body. There's no lumps on that body. And according to her, allegedly, Shannon Sharpe told her that if she would lose enough weight for him, he would buy her some artificial breasts. Now, that's very puzzling to me, Art, because she's already extra skinny, extra petite, no booty, no breasts, no nothing. why would you want her to lose any more weight? So from that, we can gather that Shannon Sharpe's type is an extra pale, extra skinny Caucasian. He definitely don't like them 5'5" thick in the thighs like Dr. Umar. He don't want butter almond. He don't want butter pecan. He don't want fudge, cinnamon, mahogany.
If you feel elevated by this, you are gross. Point blank, period. There is absolutely no reason for him to be doing this, to be shaming. He knows and understands the self-esteem and the issue around body weight generally. And he's weaponizing that to continue to reaffirm his base for no reason. This has nothing to do with anything that is happening.
He don't even want African vanilla, African butterscotch, African lemonade. He wants some pale and skinny. I want them brown chocolate and curvy. So anyway, they engage in this BDSM relationship. It appears that both of them allegedly are sadomasochistic. They are into BDSM behavior, bondage, domination, submission, and humiliation. That's what BDSM means. Now, some people are asking the question, Art, why didn't Shannon find someone a little older? Why didn't Shannon, with his money and his fame, find an older white woman or older black woman, even if you went with your 30s, even if you went with your 20s? Why didn't Shannon, with his money and fame, get a woman who was a little bit more mature? I'm going to tell you why I think he didn't get a woman who was a little bit more mature, Art. Number one, he's not interested in women who are a little bit more mature. But also, Art, you and I know that if you get you a sophisticated black woman, and I'm assuming it's the same for the Snow Bunny Mafia, but if you get you a sophisticated black woman, she ain't going to be doing all that freaked out stuff early on in the relationship. You're going to have to earn that if you get it at all, if you understand what I'm saying. Ain't no black woman I know, not no.
The elevation of black women right here makes absolutely no sense to me. The engagement with black women right here makes no sense to me. The degrading of white women makes no sense to me at all. And if it makes sense to you right now, that is wild. We're talking about an abuser.
No black woman of respect, whether she's a celebrity or regular working class sister with a 9-to-5 trying to make ends meet. She is not going to be engaging in BDSM behavior unless you put a ring on it. You're either going to put a ring on it or you're going to pay her up front. And it appears that in Shannon's relationship with Gabriella, he wasn't taking care of her financially, Art. It does not appear that he was taking care of the Snow Bunny financially, because if he was, why are there texts of her asking him for $10,000? If you are a multi-millionaire celebrity, king of the black podcast amongst the celebrities, you on, News One, you're on First Take.
It should make you uncomfortable. All of this should be very uncomfortable for everyone engaging in it. This man is a degenerate. First of all, why are you going into these people's finance? You know nothing about anything. If someone is asking for $10,000, it sounds like they know they can get it. This man has been asked one question, and it's going on 8 minutes uninterrupted of him spewing nonsense where he does not know the facts of the case. That does not stop him from making facts up.
With Stephen A. Smith, you on ESPN, Fox used to be on Fox Sports, whatever the case may be, you got money. Why is your side piece, your jump off, why are you not taking care of her? He broke the first rule of being a player as a celebrity. You keep them happy so they don't destroy you. You keep them happy so they don't expose you. And he was not taking care of her financially. That was a big mistake. But she was okay with that, Art. Why? Because it appears that Gabriella allegedly was looking forward to having Shannon Sharpe's baby. She kept talking about getting pregnant. And then Uncle Shay Shay made another mistake because he says to her in the text message, if I still F with you around my birthday, if I still F with you around my birthday, you can remove the IUD. So, Art, he's having unprotected sex with a night.
I want to remind you, and I will stop at a lot of time. I'll stop every now and then to remind you that there is an R allegation around this woman talking about Shannon Sharpe removing protection while having intercourse and also penetrating in areas where she rejected and told him not to. There are text messages stating as much, and Shannon not denying it. So I don't know what he's doing right now. This has nothing to do with the case at hand. I have no clue what this man is doing right now. None of this is relevant right now. Got it.
18-year-old OnlyFans model. Illegal? No. Stupid? Yes. But here's where it gets even more critical, Art. By telling her she can remove her IUD, if you still messing with her around your birthday, you're giving her false hope. You're giving her false hope. And what you're doing, Uncle Shannon Sharpe, is you're turning this from a transactional relationship with benefits, sex for cash, and you're turning this into a legitimate romance. When Shannon told her she could take out the IUD, which automatically implies it's okay for me to get pregnant now, you automatically led this woman into thinking she was going to have a long-term relationship with you that would involve a child. Now, you and I know, Art, that something psychologically and emotionally had to be wrong with her, because why is a 19-year-old OnlyFans snow bunny thinking she's going to get married to or have a baby with Shannon Sharpe? It don't make sense. Why would he give you a baby and have to walk around letting the world know I impregnated someone younger than my own daughters, almost old enough to be my granddaughter? He's not going to do that.
They do that all the time. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about. He's not going to do that. So you know what men do to these women. You know what men do to these women. I thought you said they shouldn't engage without an NDA. He did. You said they shouldn't date that young. He did. You said they shouldn't give him her false hope. He did. So you don't know anything at all about their engagement, like at all.
For her to think he would tells you that she had the mind of a child. Wishful thinking, imaginary thinking, without a lot of common sense and logic. So let's go further, Art. This whole time she's telling Shannon, I want this big black baby. She says, I always wanted a black baby. Now, time out. Why does a 19-year-old snow bunny says she always wanted a black baby? You always wanted a black baby for what? Because you didn't want a black baby to raise it, because you're not black. Why would you want a black baby given the hell that black people suffer in this country? I believe she was trying to sweet talk him into the pregnancy.
So you haven't seen the Kardashians at all? you haven't seen the Kardashians. You haven't. Shut up. Yo, this man, he will ignore reality of like all these biracial babies existing, and like, why would a white woman want a biracial baby? Well, I don't know. Go ask them, but they do. Some do.
I believe she was trying to sweet talk him into the pregnancy. And then when she said, you better get used to it, she texted him, Art, and she said, you better get used to me, because once you put that big black baby in me, you ain't never getting rid of me. She said, you better get used to me.
So what you're saying is Shannon Sharpe is dumb along with being an abuser, allegedly. Got it. Cool. All right.
Because after you put that big black baby in me, you ain't never getting rid of me. And I think that was the text message that scared Shannon Sharpe. When Shannon got that text message, when she said, after you put that big black baby in me, you ain't never getting rid of me, that's when he knew he was dealing with a psycho. And I think from that point forward, he started trying to separate.
All right. Here's my opinion. Maybe Dr. Umar went and spoke with Shannon Sharpe, because there is no reason for him to think what he's thinking right now. There is zero reason. Why would he just make this up? Yo, why on God's green earth would Dr. Umar just make this up? Like, this makes no sense to me. Mind you, he has not touched the R allegations yet. He has not, the actual allegations being made have not been touched at no point. At no, this man has spoke for 12 minutes uninterrupted and haven't addressed it, not once.
Failing to realize that you didn't do this to no sister. You did this to a privileged white girl, OnlyFans model or not. She is a privileged white girl. What black men need to understand in America are that they still don't understand. It doesn't matter if the white woman is homeless. It doesn't matter if the white woman is strung out on drugs. It doesn't matter if the white woman is a prostitute. It doesn't matter if the Caucasian is an OnlyFans model. She is still a white woman in America. And if she accused you of doing wrong, you will be brought down and disgraced as if you were accused by Hillary Clinton herself. And so
you should not abuse women is not said because of the importance of not abusing women. It is said to protect you, the man, from the consequence of said abuse in the system. Importantly, he points out that Shannon forgot that he was not with a black woman, and that when it comes to a white woman, regardless of where she is in society, the white system is going to come down on you for engaging with this white woman. What does that say about black women? What does that say about what Dr. Umar thinks when it comes to abuse allegations coming from black women? It means he understands that the system does not care. The idea that you were too dark to bruise is something that has been real in America. Where black women, when your melanin is too strong, like my own, if you get bruised sometimes, it does not show up the way that it needs to. During every part of American history before the 1990s, you had to prove some physical manifestation of trauma, right, when you are being awed. And if you can't prove that, a lot of your cases get dismissed. If you're too dark, you don't get to go your day in court. You don't get justice because they can't see the bruising. That is absolutely insane for this man to be sitting up here pointing out that, see, if you were with a black woman, you forgot you weren't with a black woman. Now that you're with a white woman, this is now happening to you. Oh, okay, got it. So with a black woman, if she accuses you of this, nothing would happen. Got it. I hope to God that a lot of black women are watching. I do hope that, not me watching him, and actually thinking about it. When he said Shannon Sharpe forgot he was with a white woman, and regardless of where that white woman is within the system is going to protect that white woman. What does that say about a black woman? That is insane to me. That is absolutely insane to me. Black men is easy, like Sunday morning, plain and simple.
Shannon Sharpe not recognizing the political implications of this private sexual relationship, he gave her the weapons that she could use to destroy him. So first it started with, put your black baby gravy in me. And first of all, Art, I don't want us to gloss over the fact that she is objectifying this black baby that she wants.
Nah, she objectifying him. And he wants to be objectified. He liked being objectified. He engaged with it. Nah, don't drag her. Drag him. He is the logical man. He is the black man who sat there and wanted to be spoken to that way. He did that. Do not blame this child this teenager for how that teenager engaged with this big black man who is over 50 years old. You don't get to call her racist. You don't get to drag her for him letting her degrade him. You don't get to do that. You do not get to pretend that in a one-on-one relationship between Shannon Sharpe and a teenager, that Shannon Sharpe was somehow the victim of racism. You don't get to do that. You do not get to do that. That is a Shannon Sharpe problem. No, you don't get to do it. You don't get to sit up there and pretend that this woman was weaponizing her whiteness against him and calling him all kinds of names, and he could not do anything but sit there with a leash on his neck. You can't do that. If she called him anything, it's because he wanted her to call him whatever she called him. If she described the child, however she described the potential child, it's because that's what Shannon Sharpe, wanted to hear. That's why Shannon Sharpe kept going back. That's why Shannon Sharpe was abusing this girl allegedly. When we clock the degeneracy in black men, we get called anti-black misandrists. I'd like to see them explain Shannon and Umar. Yeah.
To have. Why not just say I want your baby? Why not just say I want a beautiful baby? Why not just say I want Shannon?
Because she probably don't think the child is beautiful. She probably don't think he's beautiful. She want his money. Now what? That is what he wanted. He did not have any standard. There is another person at the other end telling this young girl, this teenager, how to behave, what to do, what he likes. And he's paying her for this. What do you mean?
Shannon Sharpe's baby. No, I want you to put a big black baby in me. She's almost calling him ugly. And she's almost calling the baby ugly too. But what
I wouldn't say almost. Go straight forward. She's probably calling both of them ugly. Yes, he love it. Mind you, Shannon Sharpe and them are the same man like, oh, black women call me ugly and I never liked them. He kept texting her. He kept paying her. He kept going to her. He kept sleeping with her. And she definitely called him big, black, useless, all of that. I don't know if she called him useless, but I can only imagine she called him. I can only imagine she probably said, you big, useless. The fact that Shannon Sharpe got the stomach for that should tell you all you need about Shannon Sharpe. Can't even speak a lick of English. When they say this is why you should only date black women, all it says is black women will protect them above their own safety plus praise, but it's the biggest insult and threat. Some black women brag about it like it's a flex too. Yeah. And also the recognition that the system might not be willing to protect black women the way that it protects white women. Thank you, Nak. You've been a member for 20 months. I appreciate that. You got it. I feel like she probably say you dumb, useless, weak, disgusting, degenerate, ugly. Like look, I ain't even mad at her for it.
But I want black men to understand, not that black is ugly for us, Art, but black is ugly for them. And so what she's doing, she's objectifying this baby even before she's impregnated. And this is important because black men need to understand, Art, that white women don't like us.
They don't need to understand that. Ain't no reason to understand that. Why do you think they don't already understand that? The fact that Umar is sitting up here pretending like he don't know these men like to be fetishized is wild. And you know he's a liar. You know he's a liar because what he's trying to do, what Dr. Umar really here, sorry, something went in my eye. Dr. Umar really up here trying to pretend that these men are fully aware participants. Like they're fully aware. In their participation here, they are completely 100% aware. Fully.
They fetishize us. White women don't like us. They fetishize us. And the problem with the Negro, the problem with the coon, the problem with these politically unconscious, sexually thirsty black male celebrities, Art, is they can't tell the difference between a white woman who favors you and a white woman who fetishizes you. White women don't favor black men. White women fetishize black men. So moving on, Art.
Do black men not do the same for white women? Do black men, the fact that you're sitting up here in defense of white women, aren't black men fetishizing the white women? No, when they talk about their skin, ask a black man why he like a white woman. And if they're not fetishizing them, they're talking about black women. Let me try to find this, actually. I need to play this now. I have to. Because I saw this on TikTok. Because you know me now, I'm zipping it and through it and on TikTok. I saw this on TikTok and I had to engage. Did I send it to myself? Not me. Not me. The one good TikTok I saw online.
I feel like I finally cracked the code on why, like,
yeah, wait. So I find another one. They're the first one where a black guy is like saying, "Oh, I like white women because black women," and then he interrupts him and was like, "No, no, 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 no." I said, "Why do you like white women?" And he goes, "Because black." And she's like, "No, no, 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 no. Stop saying." I have to find it now. It's easier to find on my phone. Here, yeah, here. You're gonna have to listen to it. Da na 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 na. All right, found it. Here we go.
All right, man, be for real. Why do you only date white women? It's because black. No, why you bringing up black women? I asked you about white women. It's just like I gear more towards white women because there you go. You're going back to black women again. I gotta say why I don't. Why I only like white women. It's because. Are you noticing the pattern? Are you noticing what you're doing right now? I'm not saying what makes white women special. I'm just degrading black women. No, I'm just. I know that wasn't. I know you didn't ask about black women, but I just gotta. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's what happened. Are they fetishizing white women? That's it.
Tony Busby is suing Shannon Sharpe in court, Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, for his client, Gabriella Zuniga, I sue niggas, on 2 counts of civil violation. Number 1, he's being accused of intentional infliction of emotional distress. And number 2, he's being accused of 2 counts of sex assault. So you got intentional infliction of emotional distress and 2 counts of sex assault. Now, check this out, Art. Some people are asking the question whether or not I believe that the white power structure involved itself in this lawsuit. People are asking whether or not I believe the elites of the world put themselves or had some influence on this case.
Whenever these men get in trouble, whenever they engage in any kind of degeneracy, the first thing they come out and talk about is how the white power structure. I don't care nothing about that. Get your 50 mil. What is Shannon Sharpe net worth? Let's see. Shannon Sharpe with an E net worth. Well, I mean, he don't got 50 million. He currently does not have 50 million, right? He currently is not worth 50 million, but I don't know why I thought he was richer. I mean, he's still rich. It's 14 million is a lot of money. But here we go.
And I believe they did, Art. I'm going to tell you why. Gabriella allegedly told Shannon, let's back up. She sent Shannon a text, Art, and she said, I need $10,000. She sends Shannon a PayPal link for $10,000. Uncle Shay Shay says, I don't hit the Cash App. I got 10 grand for you when I see you. Gabriella says, I need it now. I'm broke. Uncle Shay Shay said, I'm not sending you no money electronically. 10K when I see you. So guess what she does, Art? Gabriella tells Shannon, take a picture of the 10,000 and text it to me. Guess what she was doing, Art? When she asked Shannon Sharpe to send her a picture of the $10,000, she was setting him up right then. She was setting him up with the 10K. What do I mean, Art? Prostitution is illegal in Clark County, Nevada. Prostitution is illegal in most states. So
he's so dumb because here's why. Here's why he's dumb. If she is a prostitute and she gets money from this man and then shows it to the police that he is hiring a prostitute, you do know that a lot of these prostitutes would go to prison for this, right? I mean, I guess they could work together against Shannon Sharpe, but one of my favorite things, honest to God, is listening to people who know nothing about the law talk about the wait. By the way, if he just said Nevada, the one state in America, the one state that I can think of off the top of my head that I know for a fact prostitution is in fact not. You know what is insane? The fact that his analysis hinges on prostitution. It is illegal, right? So let's talk about solicitation versus. So should I do this? You do require some licensing, right? Like let's just be very clear about that. I'm not going to get into the minutia here. What I am going to get into is the fact that you would go to. Let me go back. Maybe he didn't say Nevada. Maybe I just wanted to hear Nevada.
Shannon, take a picture of the 10,000 and text it to me. Guess what she was doing, Art? When she asked Shannon Sharpe to send her a picture of the $10,000, she was setting him up right then. She was setting him up with the 10K. What do I mean, Art? Prostitution is illegal in Clark County, Nevada. Prostitution is illegal in most states. So the reason she wanted Shannon Sharpe to send her a picture of the money so she could have him arrested for solicitation of prostitutions. She plays dirty, brother. She plays dirty. She was lining up her ducks.
So what you would do right now, right? Well, prostitution is generally illegal. In Nevada is the one state. So I don't know why he's using this argument. And then Clark County, it is not actually illegal in Clark County. There are different counties where it is legal, partially legal, and things like that. In Clark County, it is partially legal. So obviously, there would be, for her to be using this to set up as a trap, she might actually catch herself up in the legal system. Even if she's trying to catch him, she would be at fault too, right? That's the first thing. Because she's actually asking for the money. Like, it's going to be a hard argument that it was just solicitation and she did not want this advance when you are the one asking. I think this is an insane argument to make. But it is weird to use Nevada. But let's continue. Advising black men to choose black women because we will not use the legal system against them is insane. Yes. They are saying we make better victims or prey. Exactly. This starts above the emerald forest. This is exactly what is being said. I will also add that there is a statement here being made implicitly that the system will not protect black women. I think that is also super important to add. Yeah, I said, stop treating grown men like they are children. He is responsible for his action in and out of the bedroom. He wants to be downgraded by this woman, degraded, I think, by this woman doing intimate acts. Stop skipping that part. Exactly. Dr. Umar is trying to make Shannon out to be a victim. He's trying to make Shannon out to be a victim. He's trying to make Shannon out to be a victim of racism, and that's wild. It wasn't me, but we got you on the camera, though, Shannon. Okay, Rolly, thank you for being a member. Rolly.
Already, when she said, send me what black man you know, Art, going to send a 19-year-old OnlyFans Snow Bunny a picture of $10,000. You know what that looks like? It looks like I'm paying you for sex. That's prostitution. Puffy is being accused of that. Art
no. No, Puffy is not. It's not just prostitution. It is it's like trafficking. It is a girl. The list of Diddy's the list of accusation against Diddy, they're really long. You wanting to simplify it is kind of wild.
R. Kelly.
Let me pull this up on my outline so we can go through. I have an outline for everything, and that's insane. Sorry. I do love OneNote now on my phone. It's so useful. You can just like type things in on my phone and find it up. All right. Let's see. So there is kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction. Yeah, wait. Sorry. The list is, I just realized that my ranking of, because I've been trying to figure out what goes at the top. So, all right. So, there's this criminal enterprise issue. There is sex trafficking, there is forced labor, there's kidnapping, there's arson, there's bribery, there's obstruction of justice. Like, I'm so confused why he says prostitution as if that, like, the whole RICO charge just boils down to prostitution. The fact that Diddy is a whole criminal mastermind, allegedly, and this man say, oh, it's just for soliciting prostitute. It's wild. A full-blown RICO. This man is trying to diminish to prostitution. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Was convicted of that. And the other thing she tried to get him on, Art, is the Mann Act. The Mann Act is a federal law that makes it illegal to transport women across state lines for purposes of sex. When Shannon Sharpe relocated to Las Vegas from Los Angeles, she followed him. When Shannon Sharpe relocated from California to Nevada, she followed him. If she could show that she was paid to cross state lines to have sex with this ex-NFL superstar, he could be accused of breaking federal law. See, the Mann Act, Art, was created in 1910. And guess why the federal government created the Mann Act? To try to incarcerate the first black heavyweight champion, Jack Johnson. Remember, Jack Johnson was our first popular snow bunny hopper, right? He was the first black man who openly, even before it was acceptable, openly ran around the world with white girls. And so the U.S. Congress, 2 years after he became heavyweight champion of the world, 2 years after Jack Johnson became heavyweight champion of the world, the U.S. Congress created the Mann Act. He became champion in 1907, 1908. They passed the Mann Act in 1910. And by the way, Art, the Mann Act is also known as the White Slave Traffic Act. The White Slave Traffic Act. So she tried to get Shannon Sharpe to send her a picture of the money, Art, so she could get.
I wish I could pull up. I wish I could pull up my outline, but I'm going to use it from my phone. So apologies if I'm looking. It's not on my screen. All right. The Mann Act, MANN, right? This, by the way, was to address forced prostitution and human trafficking. The absolute fact that he thinks this is about Jack Johnson and its relation, because, like, yes, in what was it? Let me find the date. Yeah. So in 1912, Johnson was charged with violating the Mann Act for allegedly transporting a white woman across state line for immoral purposes. The case was widely seen as racially motivated. Johnson was convicted in 1913, sentenced to a year and a day in prison and fined. He fled the U.S., living abroad until 1920, when he returned and served his sentence. Right? So this is what he's talking about. The issue is, what is your problem with the Mann Act prohibiting prostitution and forced prostitution across state line? You know what that is called? That is called human trafficking. Are you opposed to a law that prevents human trafficking? Dr. Umar is opposed, apparently. I think Dr. Umar is opposed to laws that prohibit sex trafficking. Maybe don't transport white women across state lines and traffic them. maybe don't do that.
Get him arrested for prostitution, state charge in Nevada. And so she could get him arrested on the Mann Act, the White Slave Traffic Act, federal crime. She was playing dirty. But Shannon didn't fall for it. So guess what she does? She decides, I'm going to record the next sex act that we have. And when I record the next sex act that we have, I'm going to engineer this, allegedly, I'm going to engineer this to make it look like he SA'd me. So Art, she tapes it, she videos it, and allegedly, this video, the audio, has her telling him to stop. He allegedly doesn't stop. But guess what?
If you are on a video and someone is telling you not to stop, someone is telling you to stop and you don't stop, please note that you are guilty as charged. I don't care. You're not about to explain nothing to me. Unless it's AI. If someone is on video telling you to stop doing something and you don't, when it comes to RAPE and you do not, you are guilty. I don't know what Umar is doing. I don't fully understand what he's engaging with. But if there is, in fact, a video where she is telling you don't do this, stop, and you continue, I don't care nothing about no S&M. I care nothing about none of that. You're going to be guilty. If I'm on the jury, you're guilty. It is what it is. I thought, don't care what you thought. I do not care what. Well, before we started, we said if I say stop, we shouldn't stop. There's a safe word. Well, she told you to stop. I ain't a part of that culture, so that's that on that. You are guilty. A 54-year-old grown old man is out there with a teenager, and the teenager is telling you to stop, and you do not stop. I am so sorry, you're guilty.
What? When you listen to this, it sounds as if he could very well be continuing because she is a BDSM freak. If you are normally having aggressive sex, Art, if you are normally having bondage and domination in submissive sex, if you are having sadomasochistic sex, how do you know when it's sex and how do you know when it's assault?
I'll tell you, when someone says stop and you don't stop, it is assault. Point blank, period. I don't care what you think, I don't care what culture you're a part of. If there is a video and the jury sees the video where this lady is saying, please don't stop, and you don't, but why did she record it? She wanted to set him up, and what about it? She told you to stop, you need to stop. Point blank, period. And if she got it on tape, good for her. Good for her if she got it on tape. Absolutely insane. You need to know consent, and if you don't know consent, you're about to learn. Dr. Umar, you're about to learn. If she tells him no, stop, don't take that off, don't do that, and he keeps doing it, oh yeah, he is guilty as charged. You're a 50-odd-year-old, and she is a teenager turning 20. You are wrong. Point blank, period. No is a complete statement. It is a complete sentence. What do you mean? What do you mean? You have to understand the culture. No, I don't. No, I do not.
When does the sex stop and when does the assault begin?
When she says stop and you continued. When she says stop and you continued. Are you dumb?
And it appears to me, Art, that she didn't have a problem with him sodomizing her. She had a problem with him not using a condom when he did it. But
wait, are you? I think I'm gonna blow a fuse. I didn't hear this part. She didn't have a problem with being sad. She had a problem with him not wearing a condom. So that too is rape. That too is. Wait, are you mad? Like, is this the defense? We need to come up with a different defense because this can't be it.
Had a problem with him not using a condom when he did it. But then my question becomes, if y'all were already having unprotected sex for nearly 2 years, why did you need him to wear a condom this time?
What the actual... Wait, no. Wait, what do you mean? If you've been doing this for 2 years, why would you need him to wear a condom now? What do you mean? Yeah, now she does. Now she wants him to wear a condom. What about it? And if you don't, you're violating her. What do you mean? I'm confused. Where is Dr. Umar's confusion? Why is this confusing? Why is this confusing to Dr. Umar? Why is this confusing to Dr. Umar? All are together, even if apparently it was not monogamous, because he was out there cheating with Michelle on screen. And she says, no, you now need to wear a condom. Why is Dr. Umar confused as to why? Yo, this is actually kind of insane. How is it? Not only him saying it is nasty. Not only is him saying it nasty, it is the fact that he's saying it so publicly and confidently. There's something very deeply wrong about their understanding of consent. What do you mean that if you've been doing it for 2 years, now that she wants you to wear a condom, that is not appropriate and you don't have to do it? You know that in California, this is illegal, right? I think in Washington, you can get civil penalties for this. What do you mean? Also, this is a law. Stealthing needs to be a general criminal issue, just generally.
I'll tell you why she needed him to wear a condom this time, Art, because she was setting him up, as he rightfully said.
Yes. Okay, let's say she was setting him up. Fine. she still asked him to wear a condom. She still, oh God, I'm pissed. Oh my God, I'm actually blowing my fuse. Sorry, when I'm angry, like the words kind of jumble, and I've never been this heated right now. And I'm heated because Dr. Umar is pretending to not understand consent. When it comes to the comfort of the people engaging in the behavior, it is odd to me that you are upset or you are concerned or confused in any meaningful way that someone that you're sleeping with, even if you've slept with them many times before, this time decided that you should in fact wear protection. What is confusing about that? If that is him, Shannon, being set up by this girl, that's the test you should have passed. That is not a setup that you should have failed. You should have worn a condom. If she said wear a condom and you say no, and then you try to engage sexually with her, that is a you problem. What do you mean? What do you mean? Dr. Umar really believes that if you've been sleeping with someone for 2 years that without a protection and they decided tonight you need to use a protection, that you don't have to? Is that what Dr. Umar is attempting to argue right here? Oh, these people are degenerate. Oh, yeah, this is degeneracy. There should have been no question. If that was the setup, he should have not been set up. If that was the trap, he should have passed with flying colors. Like, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. No, it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like this is why a lot of people say most men are pissed. He thinks you only need to get consent once and it's not an ongoing thing. Yeah. And I agree. I actually agree. This is definitely our culture. This is rape culture. This is rape culture. And Dr. Umar should not be talking to anyone as a psychologist. This is an insane proposition for him to be making. The fact that he's speaking like this to a group of men, presumably, is insane. The fact that he's talking to women and women are sitting there like, like that is wild to me. That is wild. No, you have the right at any point to request even your partner or husband use protection. What do you mean? Because you said yes once does not mean the consent is to be extended. What do you mean?
Said for the shakedown. For the shakedown. So first of all, Art, she wanted a baby out of Shannon because for a snow bunny dating a wealthy black man, a baby is financial insurance. For a snow bunny dating a successful black man, the mixed race baby, the big black baby, is my financial insurance. She thought Shannon Sharpe was into her until the infamous Instagram Live scandal. You remember that? When Shannon Sharpe was caught on tape banging out a snow bunny on Instagram Live. He claimed he didn't put the Instagram Live on. We will never know the story, but that ain't the point. The point, Art, is she was looking for a baby until Shannon cheated on her with the Instagram Live scandal. Everything changed after the Instagram Live, Art. Everything.
Not everything changed after the Instagram invaded. Black men act like they're innocent, oppressed victims of white supremacy that do no wrong at all. Shaking my head. It's always the white man or black woman's fault. Yeah, it is absolutely everyone's fault. It is everyone's fault. Talking about he cheated, then she's a side chick. And mind you, this is how dumb and degenerate Dr. Umar is. This is how dumb and degenerate. You're going to say she found out that Shannon cheated, and that's when everything changed. And then you're going to still ask, why would she ask him to wear a condom? Mind you, you don't need to have a reason to ask someone to wear protection. But that, for me, seemed like a legitimate reason to have him wear a condom. You called her a side chick, and then you said Shannon Sharpe cheated. And she's mad because Shannon Sharpe cheated. So if she's a throwaway, a side chick, or whatever, why are you pretending now that she was upset that he cheated? How could she? How could he cheat on someone he's not with? Because it sounded to me through the messages that they see, at least she believed they were in a monogamous relationship. And your argument only works if they are in a relationship around cheating. That is insane. Dr. Umar is a degenerate. It's confusing to me, like Umar, because it's confusing to men like Umar because they don't respect, they don't respect sex workers at all. This is disturbing, and if this is what he plans to teach boys at FDMG Academy, then black men will continue to usher themselves to court or jail. Yeah, here's the thing. And teaching like this, talking like this, there's a bunch of people like, oh, men can't change until the system and the entire capitalistic structure. No, these men, a lot of these people are degenerates. Like, there's no way around it. To sit up here and pretend like, oh, this is a system fault. No, Shannon Sharpe is who Shannon Sharpe is because Shannon Sharpe is a degenerate, allegedly. The reason why they think that she doesn't have the right to ask him to wear condoms is because she is not seen as a person, just a thing. Yeah. Look at his face, too. All mad and screwed up because we catch the degeneracy. You can't complain about white supremacist stereotypes of black men being sexual deviants, but also not knowing consent in the same breath and trying to justify his act. Yes, this is deviant behavior. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this up for a minute because this is such a good point. Oh, white supremacists say we're deviants. Also, why would you tell me to wear a condom? I don't have to get your consent. I can do whatever I want with you. Okay, so you're a deviant. Got it. Useless.
Thing changed. She went from wanting to be a baby mama to being an extortionist. Because after that, it became all about the money. She told Shannon, she said,
It became all about the money. I thought you said it was always about the money. They all know it was always about the money. She might be a sex worker. That's completely fine. He still did what he did, allegedly, if he did what he did. What about it? Let's say that she is trying to get money out of him. That is what civil lawsuit is you trying to get money. Cool, got it. Or earn injunctive relief. Got it. Cool. Yeah, what about it? He still did what he did. And you saying, oh my God, we've been doing it for 2 years. You telling me not to do it now seems wrong, so I'm just going to continue to do it. Yeah, no, that's trash. And you're still guilty. So there's that.
I know you missed this big, juicy booty. I don't know what booty she talking about, Art, because I didn't see no booty. I saw 2 pale, ashy, extra flat buttermilk biscuits. I don't know what booty she claiming she got. But anyway, she told Shannon, you have to pay me $25,000 for each one of my cheeks. $25K for the left cheek, $25K for the right cheek.
And then you might not see it, but Shannon Sharpe saw it. You don't got the money, Shannon Sharpe does. It is not for you to see, it's for Shannon Sharpe to see. And Shannon Sharpe, the degenerate, who should probably be locked up, is still out here paying for it. So it ain't got nothing to do with you.
Here's the problem with that, Art. If he only needed to pay you 50 grand for your flat cheeks, 50K, how did you end up at 50 million? Art.
What do you mean? She's alleging sexual assault. Like, I don't understand. What do you mean? It was 25-25 for consent. Now that there's no consent, it's millions. What do you mean? I'm confused. Why is Umar confused?
She said 25K for each cheek. That's only 50 grand. So how did we go from 0 to 100 in a couple weeks? You just wanted 50 grand. But your lawyer, Tony Busby, wants 50 million. Here's why I believe the power structure might be involved, Art.
As you're a dusty degenerate who cannot take responsibility, and therefore you're going to push it off to someone else because you can't stand in the mirror and look at yourself and recognize, oh, I'm trash. That's why. That's why you believe the power structure is at play.
You are not going to convince me that a 19-year-old OnlyFans model, I don't care if she's black, white, brown, yellow, or red, you are not going to convince me that if you offer a 19-year-old OnlyFans model who sells videos of her body for cash apps on the regular, she sells videos and pictures of her body on the internet for cash apps.
And you go online and beg women for money. Sounds even to me.
And she gets offered $10 million to walk away when she only asks for 50 grand. Think about this, Art. She only asks for 50 grand. Shannon Sharpe says, I'm going to give you 10 million to walk away. And she says no. Art, do you know of anybody on OnlyFans? Do you know of any 19-year-old teenager who, if offered 10 million to shut up and go away when they only wanted 50 grand, do you know of any 19-year-old girl who is not going to take the 10 million?
I do. Someone who knows that you're BSing them and that you offering this money and that money and dragging them all around and not actually trying to pay them until you ink your deal would say no if they're smart enough to pick up on the fact that you're not planning to pay them 10 million. You're just trying to jerk them around so that you can get what you need to before they come forward. Just so we are clear, he is attempting to calculate monetary value of a teenager's body. Yeah, just so we are clear, he is trying to calculate. I think she's 20 now, but yes, that's exactly what he's doing. We should have chosen better. He should have chosen better.
Anybody taking 10 million?
Thank you. You on OnlyFans. You making money by selling your body, so you clearly not doing too well in these streets. You get offered 10 million and you turn it down? I believe the NFL power structure, or maybe the white media power structure, or maybe the white podcast power structure. Somebody was jealous of Shannon Sharpe's upcoming $100 million contract. Somebody was jealous of Shannon Sharpe's upcoming $100 million contract, and they intervened at the level of Tony Busby, or they intervened at the level of Gabriella Azu.
So nothing about this girl you said looked like 13 years old, and Shannon Sharpe being over 50 years old, being attracted to someone you believe again looks like 13. No comment there. Nothing. You don't want to engage with that. All right.
One or the other. Because ain't no 19-year-old OnlyFans model turning down no 10K. Somebody wanted Shannon Sharpe embarrassed. Somebody wanted Shannon Sharpe humiliated. Somebody wanted Shannon Sharpe's financial future destroyed.
Oh yeah, I agree with him here. Somebody wanted that. That somebody was Shannon Sharpe. When you say somebody wanted Shannon Sharpe humiliated, and that same person wants Shannon Sharpe to have engaged in race play, I feel like they're one in the same. Shannon Sharpe wanted to be humiliated, allegedly. Allegedly, Shannon Sharpe just wanted humiliation. So there you go. You were right. That's the answer. The answer is Shannon Sharpe.
But Shannon Sharpe made a big mistake, Art. He made the same mistake Sean Puffy Combs made. You know what that is? Offering too much money too soon. Remember when we had our last conversation?
Oh, okay. So the mistake wasn't the action. The mistake wasn't him doing the thing. The mistake wasn't how he got himself caught up by being attracted to, I don't know, a 13-year-old looking person who was at the time 19. That wasn't the mistake. The mistake was the money he offered. Mind you, he said initially the mistake was about the NDA. But no, not anymore. The mistake is no longer about the NDA. Got it. The mistake was offering money. Got it.
I said, what? Puffy messed up when he offered Cassie that amount of money in less than 24 hours.
Got it. So Puffy didn't mess up by being filmed on camera, dragging and beating Cassie, being degenerate and traveling across state lines, dragging people, doing all kind of degenerate stuff. He made the mistake when he offered the money too quickly. Cool. Got it. Makes sense in your head.
It makes you look guilty. It makes you look guilty. Shannon Sharpe offered the 19-year-old Snow Bunny $10 million. That was too much money and it was too soon. And where there's smoke, there's fire. So Tony Busby in the white power structure allegedly stepped in and said, if he can give you 10 that easy, if he can give you 10 that easy. Remember, Shannon was bragging when he was talking about how the Cat Williams interview made him more money than he ever made in the NFL. Remember that, Art?
I remember that.
So he's letting people know that the pockets is kind of heavy. So when he offered Gabriella Asu Ninjas $10 million, they said, oh, we can get a whole lot more than that. The shame of it all, Art, is we don't even know if Shannon going to get the $100 million contract now. I hope he does. I want what's best for my brother. I hope Shannon still gets his $100 million deal. It's hard out here for a black man. But Art, if they suing him for $50 million, what if he don't get the $100 million deal? Think about that. I don't know what he's worth. I don't pocket watch. But let's just say Shannon don't get it, and I hope he does. Knock on wood. But if Shannon don't get the 100 mil, Art, and the court award her 50 million, what if he don't even have 50 million? What if he don't even have 50 million? They would have been better, Art, and I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they showed their hand. But they would have been better off waiting until he got his contract. They would have been better off waiting until he had his contract so they could show that he got the money. But you coming in for a cash.
The fact that he thinks here's the thing with Dr. Umar that's actually kind of weird. He's like trying to help them by helping Shannon Sharpe. If it's the white power structure, as you believe, then they don't want him to have the money. That's it. Like, what do you mean? They should have waited. You wish and you wanted them to wait. You wanted them to wait for him to get to 100 mil. And if it's the white power structure, why would they? The whole point in your dusty, degenerate, disgusting, useless mind is that they wanted to prevent him from getting money. So the way they do that is to stop him from getting money. What do you mean? Talking about, oh, you should have waited. No. How about absolutely not? Anybody sit there waiting for nothing. She said, I'm gonna sue you and I'm gonna sue you now. It's my money and I want it now, as she should. I stand with her. I stand with her until further notice.
Out before he's even signed a contract. Bad move on their part, but that was good luck for Shannon. Now let me back up a little bit, Art. I got some questions for Tony Busby and Gabriella Zuniga. If I am Shannon Sharpe's attorney, Lanny Davis, if I am Shannon Sharpe's attorney, Lanny Davis, I got some questions, Art. Question number one, Gabriella Zuniga. You claim that Shannon Sharpe was abusive and controlling for the entire 2-year relationship. If Shannon Sharpe was abusive and controlling during the entire 2-year relationship, why did you pack up and follow him to Las Vegas from California?
This is the abuse conversation again. And it is insane to me that Dr. Umar, who claims to be a psychologist, is up here asking why would a woman who is being abused not leave the moment she's being abused? Why would a woman who's being quote unquote abused allegedly leave with the abuser and go to a different state? Dr. Umar, can you not actually answer that question on your own? Can you not actually answer? This is an attempt to blame the victim, mind you. It is the ability to negate responsibility, to say, well, she obviously wasn't being abused if she left, if she didn't leave, if she went with him. So you don't read any of the research on victims staying, even growing closer to the abuser. None of that. You're just gonna blame the victim, allegedly, the alleged victim. Got it. Get it? That makes sense to you, you useless person.
If he was abusing you in Los Angeles, don't you think he would also be abusing you in Las Vegas? So why did you follow an abusive man from one state to another? That don't make no sense. Question number 2. Gabriella Zuniga, you claim that Shannon Sharpe SA'd you twice. October of 2024, January of 2025. You claim allegedly he SA'd you October 2024, January 2025. If he SA'd you in October of 2024, why didn't you call the police? You mean to tell me you're a privileged white girl? You was just SA'd by one of the most popular former athletes in NFL history, and you don't call the police. You do not seek to take this man off the street. You are not fearful that he might not try to do this to you again. You don't tell the police at all that you were SA'd by this big, black, muscular athlete.
Dr. Umar is saying that this did not happen and could not happen because you're white and he's black. That's it. That's the extent. That is the extent of this analysis. That if a black man abused a white woman, the white woman would just go to the system. And if that didn't happen, the abuse didn't happen either. These men are degenerate. Yeah, Dr. Umar and men like Dr. Umar, degenerate. And they will look for absolutely any reason to blame you. Like, that doesn't make sense. This section right here does not make sense at all. Unless you accept that black men apparently can abuse white women, because if they do, the woman will go to the system. If the woman does not go to the system, it didn't happen. That is an insane proposition. This idea is absolutely diabolical. It is insane to hold.
That don't make any sense. All right, 5,000 black men were hanged in this country from emancipation of slavery.
Oh my God, are we actually going back to slavery? Is Dr. Umar really going back to slavery to sit up here and try to justify the fact that this man could have been abusive to this woman? So he doesn't understand consent or how trauma works. Again, hide your kids. Absolutely. Absolutely hide your children. Talking about some slavery. Like anybody asking none of this.
To assassination of Malcolm X. 5,000 black men were hanged in this country from the emancipation of slavery to the assassination of Malcolm X. 1865 to 1965, over 5,000 black men hanged. Do you know why most of them were hanged? For being accused of having consensual sex or non-consensual sex with white girls. The biggest offense a black man can commit on American soil is to lay with a white woman, especially against her will. And so this 19-year-old white girl was SA'd by this 56-year-old.
Well, why does he say especially against their will, as if that should not be like a huge issue? Like, the biggest issue that a black man can do is lay with a white woman, especially against their will. So you are saying they do that. They do that. Got it. Cool.
Celebrity allegedly, and she don't call the police. Who in the hell wants to believe that? Because I don't. But I got another question for Gabriella Zuniga.
We don't care what you want to believe. What you want to believe is irrelevant. That is absolutely irrelevant. What you want to believe does not matter insofar as the truth goes.
Gabriella, so Shannon Sharpe was abusing you for 2 years, but you followed him from one state to the next. He sexually assaulted you, allegedly. You don't call the police. And then 2 to 3 months later, Art, in January of 2025, he comes to your home bearing birthday gifts and Christmas gifts. He comes to your home bearing birthday gifts and Christmas gifts. And you telling me that this man who just SA'd you 2-3 months ago, you're going to let him back in your house for some Christmas gifts and birthday gifts. And according to her, he SA'd her a second time. Nobody on the planet Earth is going to convince me that a black man, celebrity, multi-millionaire, SA'd a 19-year-old. She don't call the police. 3 months later, she lets him back into the house because he has birthday gifts and Christmas gifts, and he SAs her again, Art, and she still doesn't call the police.
I'm trying to figure out how do you respond to this? Yes, that can happen. It does happen. People don't always get up and leave the abuser. The abuser is not always abusive. There are times when there are good moments, and the victims tend to ruminate on the good moments. So you tend to think about the good moments and want the good moments and fight for the good moments after they've been assaulted. I I like I feel like to draw out the cycle of abuse, that chart around how abusers get into the victim's head. I'm not even saying this happened, by mind you. All of this is allegedly alleged. But as a psychologist, to for your analysis to be why wouldn't she leave? It feels underdeveloped, undercooked, underbaked, just rudimentary in a way that makes it cartoonish. Like his defense is so cartoonish that it's like, how do you even address this? It's no, you're wrong. Yes, a person can be abused and let the abuser back in, and the abuser abuse again. That's the cycle of abuse. Like it there's an abuse, it feels like it stops, it starts again, leave, come back, starts again, leave, come back, start. Like that's the whole, like mind you, again, I'm not even saying this is what happened. I'm saying it is very clearly how these things happen. So the fact that you're confused as a psychologist is very concerning to me.
Gabriella Zuniga, I got another question for you, young lady. These sex assaults that you allege against my client, Shannon Sharpe, these sex assaults that you allege against my client, Shannon Sharpe, have not run the statute of limitations. Have not run the statute of limitations. So why did you not seek to have him arrested and tried for sex assault?
You know what? You want to know something really diabolical? The last time with Diddy that they said this, the last time with Diddy when they said this, look how that turned out. You might want to ease up on the whole arrest and criminal charges a bit. You might want to pull back on the criminal charges a bit, because there might be the DA might actually be engaging in this. I also the fact that the statute versus statute, I ain't gonna engage with that. I'm not gonna engage with it. I think Dr. Umar fancies himself a lawyer, and he said, as the attorney, my client, he's very much in his cosplay mode as attorney Dr. Umar Johnson. Anyway, it is very strange that Dr. Umar is sitting up here being absolutely useless, disgusting, and diabolical. Every year, children have to smile and accept a Christmas gift from abusive parents. It's not unusual. And she was a child. And I love that you point this out, because she was a child. And that's who these grown men seek after: children to abuse, to mold, to control. And for the person who said, this is so sad, Dr. Umar have girls as children. He don't have girl children. You do not see them children come out dragging him. You cannot weaponize these men's children and mother and aunts and women in their family against them because they care nothing about these women in their lives. You cannot weaponize something these men don't care about. Allegedly. Thank you, by the way. The mental gymnastic being performed by literal mental midgets is astounding.
And then take him to civil court for your money. O.J. Simpson was found innocent in criminal court, but O.J. Simpson was found liable in civil court. So Gabriella, in the interest of protecting white women from sexually uncontrolled black men like Shannon Sharpe, allegedly, and I'm being sarcastic on purpose here, why not turn him into the police, have him tried in court?
Nah, because it's her money and she needs it now. That's why. She want money. What do you mean? She want her money. It's that simple. She want her money. And why not? Why not? Why not? Because it's not you. If you can go drag Shannon Sharpe in the criminal court. You can go to the DA yourself and tell the DA to go press charges. You can go do that. This woman is doing what she needs to do. She's doing what she want to do. You can feel bad about it. Thankfully, thank God, you are not the judge. You are not the jury. You have no power. You are weak and useless in the system, and you have absolutely no influence over the system at all, whatsoever. Look at God. You are weak and useless and docile, subjugated, discarded in the system, under the boot, and you have no power at all. Thank God. So you can give your opinion like I can give my opinion, but your opinion does not matter. She gets to do whatever she wants to do. And you got to sit there and be mad as she dragged Shannon Sharpe through the court of public opinion. Drag him for absolute filth. Period. Love it. Love that for her.
Arrested, taken off the street, and you can still get your thirsty ass lawyer, Tony Busby, to sue him in criminal court.
In civil court, and no, we don't have to do anything you want. Period. Now go back to the nothingness from whence you came.
Art, it makes no sense for her not to be pursuing charges in criminal court. You were SA'd twice by a black male celebrity, and you don't want no criminal justice. You only want financial justice. Art, this is a shakedown.
And what about it? And what are you going to do about it? It is a shakedown. It is a shakedown. She want her money. It's her money and she need it now. What are you going to do about it? What can you do about it? Absolutely nothing. You will do nothing about it. It is a shake. She could go to criminal court. She said, I don't care. It's a shakedown. Yes, it is. I want money. She offered you were offered 10 million. I want more. What about it? What are you going to do about it? Absolutely nothing besides sitting online crying and whining. He should have known better. He didn't. This is what he gets. Period.
And I do agree that Shannon Sharpe was right when he went public and offered his 1 to 2 minute statement of innocence, because it would not have been to his benefit to let Gabriella sit behind a curtain, destroy his name and legacy this entire time, and nobody know who she is.
Well, let's hope there wasn't a seal on the scales. Let's hope that. Let's hope that. Let's hope he didn't breach anything.
I'm glad he said who she was. I'm glad he told the world that this was an OnlyFans model. I agree with what he did. It makes.
Why? Why does her being an OnlyFans model matter? Y'all, please pay attention to these men, because the shaming of the quote-unquote OnlyFans model is really important here. It is really important to them. They want to discard her, objectify her, make her less than human, even more, so that she can get dragged for her profession. Shannon Sharpe was still with her, sleeping with her without a condom, mind you. Oh, but now y'all want to shame her for being an OnlyFans model when you're paying $25,000 per. Got it. Sure.
may not hold up in court, but it don't matter. You know why, Art? Because Shannon is going through 2 trials right now. Shannon is going through civil court with the white man and a court of public opinion with the black man, the black woman, the white man, and the white woman. And guess what? Guess which one of those are more critical, Art? The court of public opinion. Because in civil court, she's going to get paid and then life will go on for her. But if Shannon Sharpe is convicted in the court of public opinion, and I hope he's not, I'm rooting for him. I hope he's not.
Too late, child convicted. I am glad, again, men like him don't have power. I am glad that the decisions about money, access to influence, podcasting, that is not in the hands of these men. So yes, already he gonna lose, and that's good. Because he's trash. Been trash, talking mess about black women all these years. Now he gets his preference, and you expect black people to care. You have you lost your mind? And more importantly, I believe he did it. I don't know, but I believe he did it. When a 50-something-year-old man is trying to date a teenager, yeah, you're a degenerate. Point blank, period. I don't care how old you think she look. When you are over 50 years old dating a teenager, you're at fault. You're responsible for everything that goes wrong and you're degenerate. Point blank, period. Without anything even quote unquote going wrong, it was wrong for a 50-odd-year-old man to be dating a teenager. That is trash, degenerate, useless, and you should be dragged mercilessly for it. Now that that teenager comes out and tells her story, I believe her. Yep. Until there is evidence that she's lying, I believe her. Yep.
This can destroy podcast deals. This can destroy his access to white space because, you know, black celebrities love access to white space, parties and neighborhoods and events. They love that. So he could potentially lose out on the status of being a celebrity in the white world. Shannon has a lot to lose publicly, more so than the money she's going to get. Now, I don't think she's getting 50 million. They might give her the 10 million, Art, that he originally promised her. She might get the 10. They might give her a little less. But here's the question Shannon Sharpe's lawyer got to answer, Art. Who do you want on Shannon Sharpe's jury? Think about this. Who do you want on Shannon Sharpe's jury? Do you want black women on that jury? I don't think so. Black women.
Mind you, the only group of people I believe that would set him. Let me not say that. Let me not say that. That's not right. Because she's like, you don't want black women on there. And actually, 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 I don't want black women on there. But the reason I don't want black women on there is because I believe with everything in me that I believe they would try to protect Shannon.
Are tired of black men bunny hopping, and black women are not going to look kindly upon a 56-year-old dating and freaking out and completely sexually exploiting.
Black women would find him not liable. Period. They would. They would definitely.
A 19-year-old. So I don't know if they want black women. I know they don't want no snow bunnies on that jury. If Shannon Sharpe gets a jury full of snow bunnies, he is cooked. I know they don't want.
That's his preference. That is his preference. That should be his general preference. His preference. His attorney should through voir dire, the attorney should only choose white women. I think this is a white woman time to like make these decisions. I think you should put white women up there and see what happens. That is his preference. That is. He said that's his. All right, girl. Y'all playing with these men. Give these men what they. I say give them sometimes what they want, and this is one of them times. White women is his preference. Send him and see what happens. Nah, he don't. Let me tell you, yeah, the thing that y'all don't understand is there are certain groups of people who I think we are part of this group. I don't think black women fall into this group. Black women will stand up and fight for black men. I don't know that I believe these men will stand up and fight for each other when they're put in the position of power in the jury. I Dr. Umar and I's assessment of the black community are very different. I do not believe that black men would free him unless they control the system, but they would follow the judge's instructions. I think black women would say absolutely not. I believe black women would free him. I believe black men wouldn't. But particularly if you get some black men who like to date. All right, let's move. Those are speculations. I don't actually know anything there. Somewhere there's a black woman trying to be the next Megan Good. Sorry, the way that I can't control myself, I literally turned off the screen to laugh at this and then came back and it's still funny. Did you know this is true? You know that Shannon Sharpe is going to come out married to a black woman somewhere. you love this channel. Thank you. You've been a member for 23 months. I appreciate that, Kay. Thank you. Yeah. If this 19-year-old girl can get over on this 55-something-year-old man with 3 kids, then he's not intelligent and he is responsible for the outcome, period. This is my opinion and it's not about to change. This is fully my opinion and it's not, ain't nobody about to change it. There's someone out there, there's some black woman out there saying this is her chance to be the next Megan Good. There's no benefit in stomp on Shannon's head, period.
Want no white man on that jury. Why? Because you ain't got no business touching our women, let alone touching our teenagers. Legal or not, white men ain't feeling it, white women ain't feeling it, black women ain't feeling it. That only leaves who are black men. You know what the problem is? I think black men will be Shannon Sharpe's best option for the jury, for this civil suit. But you know what the problem with that is, Art? Guess what the problem with that is?
What's that?
In most states in America, you cannot serve on a jury if you have been convicted of a felony.
Oh, so they convict black men of felony to keep them off the jury regarding Shannon Sharpe. They gave black men felonies. His assessment of black men and my assessment of black men are very different. Because I actually don't agree with him here. I do not agree with him. I do not agree with him here. I think black women would free him. Black women are more likely to free him than black men. Not free.
Think about that.
I mean, hold liable, because I don't want to conflate criminal court with civil court. So hold him liable would be civil.
That Art. In most states, and this is going to come up again when we talk about our young brother Carmelo Anthony later, but in most states, if you've been convicted, Art, of a felony, you cannot serve on a jury. And the only state.
Well, not go to jail, but be held liable. Be held liable because it's in civil court, but yeah.
That has no restrictions.
Not him stereotyping black men. He said we're all felons, girls, so we can't serve on the jury. Talk about that. I filed a tax extension. I need to go actually file my taxes.
For ex-felons is the state of Maine. And Shannon Sharpe ain't being tried in Maine. He's being tried in White Act, Nevada. So Shannon's lawyer, Lanny Davis, has his hands full. Because who do you want on your jury? You ain't safe with black women. You ain't safe with white women. You ain't safe with white men. The only people who might show you some sympathy are black men. But what are the chances you're going to have any black men on your jury in Clark County, Nevada? And you know, Art, some people are saying, Shannon,
now you about to lose your job.
doesn't deserve any compassion or support because Cat Williams warned him. They said Cat Williams warned you to your face on your show that he don't trust white women and he's scared of them. Cat Williams said, I'm scared of snow bunnies. He said, because a snow bunny can destroy you in 2 weekends. He prophesies Shannon Sharpe scandal, Art. Cat Williams said a snow bunny can destroy you in 2 weekends. Well, guess what, Art? Yesterday was Sunday. Tony Busby filed the civil suit last Sunday. So Cat Williams was right. But guess what? It didn't take 2 weeks. It took 1.
It took 1.
So he wasn't right. He wasn't right. So he wasn't right. Got it. Cool. You just brought that up for no reason.
Art, it has only been 7 days. It feels like 7 years. They have completely upended Shannon Sharpe's life in 7 days. And then Monique, our beautiful African sister Monique, shout out to Baltimore. Monique told Shannon to his face, what, Art? She said, stop messing with them 26-year-olds. Stop messing with them 36-year-olds. Get you a woman your age. Get you a woman who will make you them smothered turkey wings, bake you some pies, and rub your feet. She said, you ain't got no business, Shannon, messing with the 26 and 36-year-olds. Monique and Cat's prophecy came to reality. I told Shannon Sharpe.
Wait, what do you mean prophecy? They just told him not to do something. You've been telling everyone not to do something. Let that man live and pay the preference tax. I don't. There's a preference toll, and y'all just stepping in this woman's way. Y'all just being annoying right now. This woman just collecting what is hers.
If you keep it up, they gonna get you. I told him, if you keep bunny hopping, they are going to get you. And now they got him. And to add to this, Art, some people are calling him a hypocrite because they said Shannon Sharpe said that a man should date a woman who's half his age plus 7. Half his age plus 7. Well, he's 56. You know what that means? Half is 23. Plus 7 is 30. By his own account, Shannon Sharpe should only be dating women who are 30 years of age or older. So how did you get a 19-year-old? And then when he had Donnell Rawlins on Club Shay Shay, he criticized Donnell Rawlins for dating a 22, 23-year-old. He said, Donnell, why didn't you date her mother? Why did you date her? Well, Shannon, your 19-year-old is much.
You're getting blocked. So, Kara, you're getting blocked, and that's just that on that. Like, you got to get blocked for this. you got to account for your sins. You gotta get blocked for this. He had a good run. he had a good one. What do you mean he had a? It's in 56. He got a good run. Black men down, black women will descend upon Shannon like local blotting out the sun, and no mangoes will grow. All to save a thick tongue king. Period. A thicker the tongue. Never mind. That's not okay. Thank you.
Much is a few years younger than Donnell's 22 or 23-year-old. So some people calling him a hypocrite. Look, I'm not dealing with all that. All I know is what he did is no worse than what Elvis Presley did, and they didn't hang Elvis Presley.
Here it is. This is a black man arguing that he should be able to be just as degenerate as white men. He believes white men are degenerate, and he doesn't think that white men should be held account for the degeneracy. Rather, he wants to be just as degenerate as these white men. So, yeah.
Priscilla Presley Art said Elvis Presley had sex with her when she was 14 years old. So white America can't tell me nothing about Shannon Sharpe. White America can't tell me nothing about Shannon Sharpe. If Elvis Presley can sleep with a 14-year-old child, What's wrong with Shannon Sharpe sleeping with a 19-year-old young lady? If Elvis Presley can sleep with a 14-year-old girl and still be considered a legend in the eyes of white America, one of their greatest heroes, if Elvis can do that with a 14-year-old girl, how can you cancel Shannon Sharpe for being with a 19-year-old one? If you ain't holding the Roman Catholic Church accountable for those thousands of child rapes, how you going to hold Shannon Sharpe accountable?
This is so wild. This is such a wild statement to make. This man said, not that we should change the system to protect these people and hold these men accountable. He's saying, no, because you didn't hold those men accountable, please don't hold black men accountable. So forget the victims, right? Forget the victims and preventing the victimization of other people. No, that's not what Umar wants. Umar is saying, if y'all didn't hold them accountable, don't tell me anything about holding black men accountable when black men engage in degeneracy. Got it. So the women and children, just forget them. They just gonna get what they gonna get, right? They just out there, just out there. It's like, got it.
If you're not going to hold Hugh Hefner accountable, he had 18, 19, and 20-year-olds all around the Playboy Mansion. No disrespect to him. By his own account, allegedly, he was being intimate with them, and he was much older than Shannon is. So why is it okay for Hugh Hefner to do it? Why is it okay for the priests of the Roman Catholic Church to do it? It's okay for Elvis Presley to do it, but it's a problem when Shannon Sharpe does it. I got an issue.
What? Yeah, that is a wild argument to me. That is such an insane argument. If everyone else can do it, if everyone else can be degenerate, then we too should be able to be degenerate. How dare you? How dare you stop us or try to stop us from being degenerate when you allow other men to be degenerate? Wait. Are you sure that, are you certain this is the argument you want to make? These prophecies are going to have more black women on the pastor couch talking about how they wasn't his style. Oh, we need to get into that. They came back, girl. They came back. I need to let's get through this. Oh, it's almost done. Yeah, we're going there next. I want to talk to y'all. I feel like I can't drop the link, because if I drop the link, we're going to be on here forever. They got that guy who sang great, but out of there when he married his minor cousin Posey, what aboutism is this? Yeah, no. Again, these men just want to get away. Any excuse will do for them to get away with degeneracy.
With that, I'm going to say this, Art, as I wrap up on this topic. Black men better get our lust under control.
Maybe you should have started with that, but also you admitting the lust. So I ain't gonna do it. Let me not get into that. Well, period. Go ahead. Go ahead, Umar.
Because yesterday, or a few days ago, you know what happened, Art? We had the NFL draft. 230 some odd athletes, mostly black males, were drafted into the NFL. Those black male athletes, these rookies, better be paying attention to the Shannon Sharpe case, because I believe the white power structure is going to conduct a massive snow bunny hunt against.
He's just essentially saying, well, yeah. So you think that white men think black men are dumb and useless, and all they have to do is send a white woman there to collect all their money. And he thinks these are the leaders, the protectors, the kings. If what Umar is saying is true, these men are useless. Point blank, period. if what Umar is saying is true, all these men are useless. So you just go send white women in to collect all the money you're giving to black men. Ugh. A lot of these people don't think highly of black men. One man saying black men ain't about to go to no school because the only way to get black men in large numbers to go to school is to destroy capitalism. It's like, all right, since that's not going to happen, got it. So it's going to be a no. It's going. Let me stop. He doesn't understand that he is making black men sound like birth of a nation stereotype. No, he don't. Because then if you say black men are just lustful, he gonna tell you lying.
Black male celebrities. They're going to take them all down one by one with the pale vagina. If you are addicted to the white woman's vagina, you will be destroyed. Shannon Sharpe is showing you that right now. Look at Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods' ex-wife, Art, was a nanny. Initially, the media reported that she won $1 billion settlement. They were incorrect. Shannon Sharpe's ex-wife, Tiger Woods' ex-wife got a $100 million settlement. But Art, she was a nanny. She was the extra help. How do you go from extra help to $100 million?
Because the man married her and cheated on her. What do you mean? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. I feel like Umar mad that he not these white women getting these money. I feel like Umar is upset. I think Umar is upset he's not these white women getting money. Because like we could talk about the fact that the what's his name? Amazon guy, Jeff Bezos, right? His wife took money too. Like, what do you mean? And races, these white women just doing what they need to do. What do you mean? Why, when they get money, do they lead into degeneracy? They lead with the brain in their pants. Like, he needs to stop chanting 3 times when he talks. Fully. Just useless. Like, I don't know why y'all mad at these women. Like, these women are trying to live their best life. These women trying to live their best life and you mad. How can you be mad at this woman for trying to live her best life? Once they're not lying. It is what it is. Black men fighting white men with their lives to be able to assault the bunnies and not be held accountable. And they're not going to win. Like, how is your argument? Let me be as degenerate as white men. If you believe white men are bad, why do you want to be as bad as, like, that's just insane to me. Black men just lying about white men, and they just lying because they don't want to be held accountable. Shh, be very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. Rabbits.
And then you got black men running around calling black women gold diggers. Do you know of any 19-year-old black woman on OnlyFans who's suing a black male athlete for $50 million? I don't know of any. Do you know of any, Art?
Nah.
Any 19-year-old?
We need more.
Black OnlyFans who's suing a black male celebrity for $50 million. I don't know of nobody. Do you know of any black nanny who has got $100 million from suing a black former athlete? No. Black women are not making this money off of black men. White women are doing this. This financial takedown of black athletes is almost exclusively a Snow Bunny situation. Keep black women's names out your mouth. Black queens forever, Snow Bunnies never.
That is not a flex. That is y'all, in a capitalist society, y'all need to step the game up. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Because these men out of pocket. That's all I got. Fighting oppression with the all right, I'm tired of Umar. Now we got to go here. So my Discord sent me this, and we were watching it. And one thing I'm gonna say before we move on. On that. These abusive men in the Black community tend to use church as a means of escape. Because I would not be surprised if Shannon Sharpe jumps back into the church and pretend like he is holier than thou and reformed in an effort to recapture the Black audience. And that to me is insane. The church is being used continuously as a means to cover up men, not Black people, but Black men in particular, their degeneracy. When they cheated and been disgusting and degenerate for most of their life until they hit midlife. Now, apparently at 30s, when everything stops working, that's what I heard. Then they want to settle down. And when they can't do it and they have to settle down, they sit around and pretend like God changed their life, knowing that they're only stopping being degenerate because they're only stopping their degeneracy because they can't do it anymore, right? So I think that's what Shannon Sharpe is about to attempt to rebrand, and I'm going to wait and see what that rebrand look like. But for now, let's go over to Mr. Pastor and Mistress Pastor, the two of them who sat there and told you were going to be single because you don't know how to treat a man and take care of a man and sit with a man who is going to drag you through hell. These people, Pastor 1 and Pastor 2, wife and husband, came up there and she sat there and told us how that man dragged her through hell, through absolute hell, to the point where she started imagining things whenever he cursed her out and told her she was disgusting and useless and nothing. She only heard the voice of God telling her he was going to love her. She said, I'm not going. There is no way I'm leaving. I'm not going. I'm staying. There's no way I could ever go. And so after we saw that dusty, disgusting train wreck of a show, and we made our response to it, and everyone rightfully dragged them for filth, and they deserved every second of every drag that they got, because she, when asked, what do you say to women who said they don't want this? She goes, and that's why they're single. Please remember that, because that comes up again, and she tries to reframe her degenerate answer when she's insulting single women. When she has a dusty, disgusting, degenerate marriage, she tried to insult single women. And I think that is important to remember, because ain't nobody about to breathe tonight. They are getting dragged. There is no mercy. When you go in the church and you preach your degeneracy, it's time to get dragged. All right, let's go watch what they said. Team, if you're the best, do something nice for your mental health after this live. I ordered jollof, pounded yam while we were listening to Dr. Umar, and a bunch of different meats, because when I'm hungry, I buy a bunch of different food for no reason. And I started watching this show called Pastor. Apparently it's old, it's been out, but I'm just not getting into it. I have nothing more to watch, so I have to settle for this show. I'm not promoting it because thus far I'm just doing my best to find a show. So I'm watching that, and I'm going to get all my pillows, throw it on the floor, and get my table and set it up and watch TV and eat tonight. And I'm watching at least 3 episodes regardless of when I come off. So I will do something very nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. This was absolute sickening. It was. I don't like Black Mirror. I know I'm the only one.
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing? I want y'all to drop your city or country that you're tuning in from. Drop your city. Let us know where you're tuning in from. How are y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing well. See, Kelly has joined. We'll wait a couple of minutes, set the room, and then bring them on. See Raquel, she's joined.
Oh, I think the person name is Raquel. what do you call them? What do you call these people? The psychologist. I think her name is Raquel. Liked her, loved her a lot. She ate them up, and I like her. I like what she had to say. I think.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana building, Houston, Nashville, Ashley Brooks Music in Nashville, Chicago is in the building. Let's go and bring our guest on.
Hey, lovely lady, you've been a member for 32 months. I also don't like Black Mirror. Yeah, I need another anime. Whatchamacallit is coming out on the 8th. So that's good. But Blood of Zeus. I might actually rewatch Blood of Zeus tonight. We'll see. We'll find something to watch.
Said good morning from Japan. Okay.
Hello.
How are y'all doing? Let's see. Let me get this up. Raquel, is that?
Yes.
Dr. Raquel Martin is in the building, and the beautiful Steels, Reggie and Kelly Steele are in the building. First of all, let me just tell y'all, thank y'all so much for taking the time out of your day to have this much needed conversation. The reason why this is important for me, those that may be coming in from Dr. Martin's platform and may not be aware of who I am, I'm a Tara Star Whitfield, the host of the Dear Future Wifey podcast. I created the Dear Future Wifey podcast April the 15th of 2020 as a place for my own personal healing. And that healing has transcended across the globe and has created healing in the lives of people all across the world through my vulnerability and transparency. And so I create a safe space for my guests to share their stories and their testimonies in hopes that we all can heal. I realize in the body of Christ, we weren't honest with a lot of things that goes on privately.
Sorry, before this is important, so I'm not going to go in. So Free Rent, I started watching it and a couple episodes and I was bored out of my mind. And it was ranked highly on the suggestion list, but I was so bored. I was like, oh my God, you're annoying. I don't care about your character. I don't care about this girl you're training. I don't care about the team that grew old and died. I don't care about this new wizard person that you're training. I don't care. I need you to fight. Yeah. I also don't like solo leveling. I don't know why. I thought I would, but then it's like, girl, get to the point. Get to the point.
In our individual marriages, our relationships. And so I said, I'll be the quote unquote sacrificial lamb and share my journey of how I mismanaged the heart of my ex-wife and decided to heal publicly. And so I've come to know the Steels over the last, I met the Steels, well, Reggie, that was last year.
Yeah, last year.
About last year in August at a church that I was doing a podcast at.
All right, I will try to, I will go back to it. I'll try.
And I was just in awe with his transparency. And when I saw the video that has gone super viral over the last weekend, and I saw Dr. Martin's take on the video, I couldn't do nothing but just applaud her for her wisdom, her intellect, her grace, and
he said, I am Jesus, the Christ. He said, I am Jesus, the Christ. He said, I am the sacrificial lamb. Mind you, men and women have all been on Oprah talking about their cheating. They've been talking about cheating. He was not the first person to do this. Absolutely not. He was not even close to being the first. I didn't care because people take ownership of random things. It don't matter. Let Phantom Follicles do his thing.
How she was covering the subject matter. And so I said, it would serve us well to have this professional unpack this conversation in hopes that it brings healing to the masses. To bring context about that video, the video that people took and shared across social media platforms, that story that Kelly and Reggie are sharing wasn't with Kelly and Reggie as pastors. That story has been unpacked from over 28 years ago.
You don't like solo leveling, you need to. No, it's just he's so annoying to me. Thank you, Bullet Magnet. It's just, and he got overpowered too quickly for me. I need a good build up, a deserved build up. He's just useless to me.
ago. He was between the ages of 19 and 24.
Right.
He was living a very wayward life. And we'll talk about the word abuse emotionally, mentally, and psychologically that he inflicted on Kelly. But it wasn't him doing that as a pastor, which most people were feeling like he was a pastor doing that. He wasn't even saved.
Right.
And so,
well, do you think that changes the context of the impact of the actions? Do you think that being a pastor changes the context of the impact of the actions on her?
I think that not the impact of the actions, but putting framework around it. Meaning that I would say if he was a pastor doing that, that's even 10 times worse. Because the calling of a pastor as a shepherd is definitely not meant. And the Bible says that a pastor will be judged even more harshly than anyone else when they're just really leading their flock astray. So not minimizing the impact of what was done by no means, but putting context around it that a lot of people are saying, see, these pastors are doing X, Y, Z. I just like to make sure that when we have this conversation, we're having a conversation in the context in which it was, because that would be unfair to be speaking of him as if he's a pastor doing that when in fact he wasn't even a Christian man at all.
Yeah, I think the concern wasn't the fact that him not being a pastor, because I think most people actually watch the whole video can tell that he wasn't a pastor at the age of 21. I think the concern was also as currently as a pastor. I think the concern was with you too as well, Lateris, was the laughing off of like such horrible and sounding pretty like tough and difficult acts. So he is currently a pastor. And this episode was recorded in March. So I think the concern is not solely about what he did previously. I think it is about that as well, but about two people laughing at, well, three, because I think you were also laughing as well as the victim of the abuse, but laughing at the abuse of what was being in the first place. So he's currently a pastor and he was laughing like a month ago. So I think the concern was also like the accountability piece. And I don't think it was just the clip, because most people actually, if they could stomach it, watch the whole thing. And I watched the whole thing too. And I didn't think from beginning to end that it changed my mindset on like just concerning when it comes to the narratives and things like that. Because I know your whole goal is transparency. And when we talk about transparency and increasing the aspect of Black marriages, I think we also have to think about if we're putting marriage on a pedestal instead of healthy relationships, because those things aren't always synonymous.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
Oh, she ate them up. She ate them up. First of all, I do love that she engaged with the idea of pedestalizing marriages instead of good, healthy, meaningful relationships. That's the first part. The second part, and this is like a personal sort of preference, I like the fact that you can tell she knows what she wanted to say before she said it. She's not up there mumbling. She's telling them, she's communicating directly to them without stuttering what it is that the problem is. One, Letarius, Darius, glasses, you're trash. She doesn't say this. And I think they have a professional or maybe personal sort of relationship somewhat. And she's not disrupting that. But she's not babying him. She's telling him, you laughed at this. And even though this was something that happened in the past, the fact that we're talking about it in the present and joking about it sends the wrong message. And that is inappropriate, not just for you two guests, but for the host also including you, the person who was victimized. This was all inappropriate. Drag them. Yes, I think we need to publicly check each other. I do, respectfully. That's not what she was asking. She was asking if the pastor doing that, do you make it harder to leave and easier to blame yourself? Wait, I don't know. I don't fully get this question. She wasn't asking him being a pastor means he will judge more. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, she wasn't even talking about what. The whole issue is that you're perpetuating ideas that are toxic. And when you say something like, I was graced by God to handle this, you're then telling young girls that they need to find the grace by God to do certain things, even after you said, oh, but you should leave. No, you are saying if you are God's strongest warrior like me, then you can withstand the storm. But some of y'all need to leave because you are not strong enough. You are not condemning the action in the way that it needs to be condemned, and that you don't need to be graced by God to do any of this because you are not graced by God to stay. If anything, it wasn't God whispering in your ear, lying to you when this man telling you you're disgusting, useless, nothing, they don't want you, you're not his type, you're Black and he likes Hispanic. It wasn't God telling you that he didn't say that. What he's saying right now is that he loves you. That was not God. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't God. Not my Jesus.
Agree. Steels, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yeah, back to the pastoral thing, James 3:1 says, I desire that many of you not be teachers, for your judgment will be stricter to your.
He's a manipulator and a pimp. He's who said pimp at the pulpit? Whoever said that? Yeah, hmm he's a pimp. This is how they use the Bible. She's going to point this out too. Just keep quoting these dusty interpretation, because the verses themselves aren't dusty. These dusty interpretation of the verses to justify their dusty behavior.
Your point, Latarius, if I was a pastor at that time, obviously my accountability would be held a lot higher because the word of God says where much is given, much is required. But at that time, again, I was between the ages of 19 and 24. I'll be 54 this December. So we're coming up on 30 years later. And maybe some people were offended that there was some laughs. It's been 30 years ago. We've healed from that. The act will always be, but the pain that was associated with the act, we have been healed from it. We can laugh about it 30 years later. We have a sixth grandchild that'll be.
There is no possible way, zero possible way you are that healed as the man who contributed to the assault, to the abuse, that you are laughing about it. I'm not going to speak for the victim. The victim can do what the victim does. There is no way you degenerate graybeard having useless person who is also having a phantom follicle can't even speak to save your own life, talking about you're a leader in the church. There is no way that you should be sitting up there talking about how you've healed from abusing someone, that you can laugh about the abuse you inflicted on someone else. You're a degenerate, useless, disgusting, weak, ain't nothing a B of a person. You are trash. Trash still, trash then, trash now, will probably forever be trash. The fact that you think that it's okay to justify you laughing at something that you did wrong, that you abused someone for years. I don't care if you were children. You were sitting there abusing someone and you're not reflecting on that with the kind of grace you were giving, the kind of heart that they gave to you. You should be thinking about the harm that you caused. There is no point in life, this one or the next, where you reflect on the harm you have caused someone, the abuse you have caused someone, and you are laughing. I don't care nothing about whether she's laughing. You don't get to laugh. You do not get to laugh about the abuse you inflicted on anyone else. You are trash. You are trash. He's also trash for laughing with you. The host is also trash because he was cheating on his wife also. He was abusing his wife also. So for the two abusers to be sitting up there laughing about the abuse they inflict on other people, trash. Trash. You take trash outside. You leave trash for the garbage man. You don't sleep with trash. You don't keep trash in your home. This is trash.
Be here in the next week. Right. So we're decades removed from that chapter. And I'm grateful that we didn't allow those bad chapters to end our story.
Hear that again. We are grateful we didn't allow those bad chapters to. No, you were cheating, you were abusing, you were disrespectful, you were useless, you went to prison, you're a felon, you're disgusting, you're degenerate. I can keep going and then put it on repeat. This is not okay. It is not, no, we didn't let the bad chapter, no, she didn't let the demon she was dating to end the relationship she wanted because she was desperate, too desperate, mind you, to acknowledge even now that she claims that she's healed. Even now, she cannot sit there and acknowledge the fact that what she did was wrong in a meaningful way. She has to justify it over and over and over again. God did this, God did that, the demon, Satan, the devil, they're all colluding to take my man away from me. Nobody was colluding to take your man away from you. Your man wanted to be away from you. Your man cheated. Ain't no demon involved. There was no spiritual warfare. Your man was trash. That's it. That's all. Your man was trash. Ain't no demon. There's no demon that tried to take him. He was trash. Probably still is. It pisses me off. It pisses me off when I hear Christians sit around justifying and using very passive language. And this is how you know they're trash and they have not healed. They're not even able to really come face to face with what they've done. Instead of owning that I did this, I am glad we stuck together even after I cheated and mistreated my wife. Instead of saying a bad chapter, no, say you were the bad chapter. Instead of saying a demon, say I was the demon. You trash, useless person. I hate this so much. I hate this so much because I've seen this so many times in the church. I have seen, and people sit around and praise the woman for her strength. And the thing is, I don't want to say anything about whether or not it's strength. I just find it degenerate because instead of really engaging with it, we're having young girls aspire to be as God's strongest warriors. Absolutely not. Be weak. Leave. If weakness is leaving, God didn't bless any of us with the grace. God told you for infidelity you can go. And why are you sitting there talking about God also graced you to stay? Absolutely not. He didn't. That was not of God.
And I want to say this too, being his wife and a pastor, a mother, a grandmother, I want to say to the people out there that I wasn't aware of the secondhand trauma my story would cause. I've been so far removed from the pain, as you said, that we went through. Me talking about this is something I've talked about for over 20 years. This story's been shared over 20 years within our 20-year ministry.
I also hate that I really like her voice. It's easy to laugh when you're the one who did all the dirt. If she was giving in the back of Chevy's earlier in their marriage, I doubt he'd be with her, much less laughing about it 30 years later, period. Thank you so much. I'm going to keep this up for a minute, but the BJs, I didn't. You're wild for this comment. I agree with you. But you're wild for this comment.
Ministry in Arizona. So me talking nonchalantly about it, the way it came across, I didn't take into consideration that those that don't know us and know our story or the culture of our church, I didn't consider how they would be traumatized by reliving maybe their own current situation or their past situation in association with mine. That's why so many women say, I feel bad for you. I'm crying for you. I'm hurting for you. And I'm thinking, oh, now I see the reason why they're hurting.
By the way, T. Thomas, the resurrected Saturn God, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. I didn't want it to seem like I didn't realize you just super chatted $50. I truly appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Right now is because they're relating what they've been through or are currently going through to what I went through. So looking back, I wish that I could maybe be more sensitive to those that never heard us before and explain that I met this man when I was 17 years old. At 17 years old, of course, he was my entire world. I was in high school. We got married when I was a teenager, 19 years old. And the things I'm talking about occurred within my marriage until I was about 23 years old. By the time 23 years old, it stopped and things got better. We were healed. We changed our lives together, went through therapy. Yeah. We are advocate for mental health. We talk about that within our church. Yeah. We have Wellness Wednesdays in our church about mental health. We have divorce care in our church. So whether you're married or divorced, we still love the person. So I want to say to that I wish I had thought about the secondhand trauma it would cause to people that never heard our story before and maybe been more sensitive to explain. It's funny now. It was not funny then. It was very, I think I said in the interview, it was dangerous back then.
It is not funny now. It is not. I promise you it's not funny now. People aren't laughing with you, they're laughing at you. And because you claim to be healed, this gives us the comfort to laugh. But I promise it's not funny. It's not funny, haha. It's funny like, what are you doing? What are you saying?
Absolutely.
Don't laugh.
Oh yeah, I can't laugh.
It was dangerous back then.
It was very dangerous.
And it was a crazy, chaotic situation that we walked through together, but we came out on the other side.
Right.
And that toxicity does no longer exist.
And see, and I thought we would be celebrated because Revelation 12 and 11.
Wait, I thought we would be celebrated is absolutely diabolical. Celebrated for what exactly? What? See, this is why I can't interview people. What exactly do you think you would be celebrated for? What have you done to be celebrated for? I thought we would be celebrated. Here is a scripture as to why we should be celebrated because I made it from the bottom. Now we here. Here's a scripture. He gonna take out of context too.
So I want to say to that I wish I had thought about the secondhand trauma it would cause to people that never heard our story before and maybe been more sensitive to explain. It's funny now. It was not funny then. It was very, I think I said in the interview, it was dangerous back then.
Absolutely.
Don't laugh.
Oh yeah, I can't laugh.
It was dangerous back then.
It was very dangerous.
And it was a crazy, chaotic situation that we walked through together, but we came out on the other side.
Right.
And that toxicity does no longer exist.
And see, and I thought we would be celebrated because Revelation 12:11 says that we're overcomers by the words of our testimony and the blood of the Lamb. I'm thinking our nakedness would help clothe other people to say, you know what? Maybe I should fight for my marriage.
Oh, absolutely not. If that what you wanted to do, then no. So you all wanted to show yours to show that people can fight for their marriage. Yeah, that was not a marriage worth fighting for. Point blank, period. And the fact that y'all don't understand that is the problem. The fact that you don't understand that dusty, degenerate, disgusting marriage, regardless of how good you think it is now, whatever it was then was not worth fighting for at all, period. And until you get that, y'all gonna be fighting. Because to get that is to remove y'all from the dusty pedestal y'all think y'all are on. That's the problem.
Maybe God will grace me to, navigate through some things with my husband and so on and so forth. But I will say our situation, we're realizing is very extreme. The things that I put her through, there was a special grace, a supernatural power that she had to have to rock with me because really she should have left. And biblically, she had every right to leave, but chose to stay. And I'm grateful that she did.
Yeah, I think I have issues with a couple of those things. So I can understand the transparency because you guys I very much understand your journey and your willingness to share. But I think it's also important to realize that although transparency is powerful, trauma wrapped in transparency, it doesn't really become a tool, it becomes like a template. And I think you made the statement a couple of times that like, don't let a bad chapter.
Oh, that tool to template really ate. That it's not a tool, it becomes a template. That ate. The whole tip in me is enjoying that.
In the story, that can apply to things like a career setback or a tough season of parenting or even your own healing journey. But when it's applied to relationships that include patterns of harm, emotional degradation, neglect, emotional violence, dehumanization, it stops being helpful and it starts being more dangerous. So because not all chapters belong in the same book, right? Like it's not a chapter that's just bad. It's unsafe. It seems soul erasing. It teaches your children. You're modeling to your children like what is appropriate because you become their first example of love. And I think you mentioned that as well when it came to like the way you were reared in your household and you. I think you stated a Bible quote in terms of like the forefather sins will, knock at the door and things like that. But my biggest concern is like, say, for example, you get a package at UPS brings a package to your home, right? Like they knock on your door. Do you tell them to like, come on in, stay for a while, let's hang out, let's kick it? No, like you still have an aspect of choice into who you let into your home, right? So like when you're in the transparency, which we appreciate, but when you're sharing certain verses, it seems like that they are actually, I don't think they're contributing to, I'm not sure if it's a transparency you look to, but it seems like they're like an accountability. You're using the Bible. It's like, okay, well, the Bible says you can have sin for a season. So I had my season at 21 and the Bible says, my father, he had 10 children by 6 different women and, it didn't skip my generation. So that was just bound to happen. Instead of acknowledging the fact that you don't let everyone into your home that knocks on your door, like UPS leaves it at the door. So I think that's what the concern was, is the accountability that you're stating that you're feeling now. I didn't see that.
So let me address that.
Yeah, how about no? How about you don't address it? How about you don't address this? How about the person she's speaking to address it? How about that dusty, disgusting, degenerate, useless man that is sitting beside you that talked about it, that said, oh, it's the devil, it had a bunch of generation, I had to bring this woman home because I realized my granddaddy did it, my daddy did it, now I'm doing it, and so my son might do it, so I brought her home and then I continue to do it again. How about the person who said it that she is responding directly to? How about that person respond to it? How about that person? How about you not shove yourself? Because what she's doing, and this is deeply concerning to me, what she's doing as the person who's been victimized, right? As the person who was the victim, she's putting herself in front of the victimizer, right? She's putting herself in front of the abuser, and it's very difficult to penetrate, to get him to speak, to get him to hold him to account for what he did. Not because you're forcing accountability on him, because that's between the two of them. He's already said it, but he doesn't get to speak to that which he has done, his feelings about it, his growth within it. He does not get to address it because she keeps positioning herself in front of him and talking for him about their relationship. He does not get to speak at all. She carries him everywhere. Ugh.
Sitting with Letarius, which is I love him. It's a very comfortable situation. We felt as though we're in a living room talking. Right. Okay. So you're very loose with your words, very comfortable.
She wasn't talking to you. I don't know why you're responding. Did you cheat on him? Did your grandmother cheat on your grandfather, and your mother cheated on your father, and now you cheated on him? The lineage of sin just came down your line. If not, it wasn't about you. This had nothing to do with you at all. I mean, it does have something to do with, but she wasn't talking to you. You ain't said none of that. It is not you, it's him.
And the forefathers visiting from the third and fourth generation, he wasn't excusing that's why that happened.
Right.
He said that he realized at that moment he was continuing a wrong, sinful pattern.
Totally wrong.
And realized it was my father, my grandfather.
Yeah. Fine. He's right there. I'm so sorry. She's annoying me. Why are you speaking on his behalf about his own feelings and his sin and what he's doing and why he did it? Why can't he speak for himself? Isn't he a pastor? Isn't his whole role to speak? Or does he just shout out Bible verses randomly? Does he just shout Bible verses out randomly and you speak? Because right now, and you're very good at it, you're very good at twisting words and changing topic and pivoting and not answering question. It's giving very much you knew what you're doing. That's fine. Still, I ain't talking to you. And if I were there and I were the therapist person, I would say that's cute. Can he speak or not? Were you cheating? Did the spirit of infidelity come down your family line? No? Then I wasn't speaking about you. I was not speaking to you. I have no.
Grandfather on me and could go to my son. So let me stop this with me because I don't want to continue it. Not that this is the reason why I did it.
The man is there. Why do you think? He just said he was thinking, I need to stop this so it doesn't go to my son. Why can't he do that? Why can't he talk? What? Let me set up this date. I'm lying. I'm actually looking at my food. I'm watching my food.
Because it's in the family line.
Yeah.
So
I always say, in order to take, you got to own. If you don't, what you don't own will own you. I had to take ownership some 28 years ago because what you don't identify, you can't crucify. I had to take ownership. I talk about the woman with the issue of blood a lot because the Bible never specifies.
And that's why he don't talk, because this man don't know what he's talking about. Girl, what are you talking about? If you don't get out what you don't own will own you, the blood, blah, 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 blah. You were cheating, useless person. What do you mean? Like, hey, how do y'all do this? I have a question. How do y'all fall in love and these people who can't even put sentences together, turn them into whole preachers? I don't know how y'all do this, because this don't make no sense to me. Imagine sitting there talking to this man. Like, girl, get out of my face. Get off it. I'm sorry. No, I'm not doing this today. We're good.
Her name and always say the woman with the issue of blood. Sometimes it's you.
Right.
So it was me. The issue was me. I had to confront my personal demons, and I'm not trying to like. Now I do believe that sometimes we are fighting our daddy's demon, but somewhere down the road, you got to own the fact that, you know what, I got to confront this thing. I got to identify it so I can ultimately crucify it.
Yeah. That's cute. That's you putting the thing outside of you. Your daddy ain't got no demon. Your granddaddy ain't got no demon. You ain't got no demon. Your granddaddy was the demon. Your daddy was the demon, and now you are the demon. That's that on that. That's that on that. Ain't no demon there, girl. The only demon there is you. What do you mean? I gotta confront my dada demon and the demon and the demon, and we gotta fight the demon, blah, blah, blah. Girl, you were cheating. You were sleeping with other women. What do you mean you had to fight demons? Ain't no demon. Ain't no demon. Zero demon. And I don't want no Christian in my chat talking about it's the demon, it's the warfare. No, I reject that. I reject you and I reject that. No. When you cheat, you are deciding to cheat. Ain't no spiritual nothing. You are deciding to betray and abuse the person that you're with. Point blank, period. Own it. It was a demon. No.
Because Philippians 2:12 says, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. So no longer is the ball in my father's court or my dad's court.
Don't get out of my face. If you quote the Bible one more time, I'm going to cuss you out. Can you actually speak? Can you actually speak? The only demons getting slayed was, sorry, inappropriate.
Now it's on me to take initiative and tackle my own personal issues, because we all got our own personal issues and we all got to play our part in confronting those issues.
Right.
So nobody means am I trying to transfer blame on anybody. I'll take responsibility for it, and I'll take responsibility for all the things I inflicted with her. And that's why I shared in the podcast one of the.
Why is he pretending like this is news? Like, yes, you did it. Yes, you did the thing. What do you mean? Like, you're not going to get a cookie. We're not going to give you a cookie for saying I take responsibility for abusing someone. Ain't nobody care nothing about that. Like, what do you mean? Oh my God, I had to take responsibility. I took responsibility. You were trash. We saw you were trash. That's not the point. Talking about a demon, I had to slay a demon. You can't even take responsibility, right? You can't even take responsibility without finding some entity outside of yourself to blame. Oh, the demon, the Jezebel demon, that one sitting over there, right, talking about I am the wife. I'm side chick come to you talking about I'm the wife. Are you absolutely useless? Oh, both of them need to be dragged to their face. Like, oh, they're good. No, they're not.
The things I did was I washed her feet on a Saturday morning at church 28 years ago and told her that I'm sorry for everything I put you through. And all washing feet is symbolic of, saying, forgive me. This is a sign of humility to say, let's move on from this chapter and let's do right for the rest of our relationship. And the Lord has been kind to us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, thankfully you got a strong one. Thankfully, because a person like me, as soon as you said let's move on and you have changed, that's when I become your worst nightmare. After you've done your bad and you said, "Oh, let me wash your feet. I have changed. Please note, if I stayed, it's to drag you. Nothing else, nothing less, nothing more, nothing less. I have changed." This year, I decided that I don't have to get revenge. So I have changed. I will never do that. But yeah.
I'm saying, so,
right.
In the nutshell, I take ownership for everything that I did.
Mm-hmm. And I take ownership for my choice of him. Because remember, in my podcast, I met him at 17. Cheating for me was not a deal breaker. And you could probably unpack this too. My mom and dad divorced because of infidelity. My dad, who was very close to me, would tell me in confidence, I don't want to leave your mom. I don't want to leave your family. These women don't mean anything to me. And in my 8, 9, and 10-year-old mind, my mom divorced because she couldn't forgive my dad for cheating. So
blah 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 blah. I'm not going to interrupt because the therapist is about to say exactly what I said. Like, she wants to blame the younger her for not understanding what the dad was doing and how manipulative the dad was. But older her did not engage with how degenerate her father was for even coming to her and telling her that he doesn't want to leave the mom, but he cheating on the mom. She does not engage with this. She just said, I blamed my mom for leaving my dad who cheated. If only she could just forgive him and stay, our family would be together. That's what she said, and then just moves on without engaging with the fact that I should have known that as a child, I was wrong. My mom was right for leaving my dusty, disgusting father. That's what she should have said. But instead, she just left it at blaming her mother and moved on. And then now she's trying to gaslight us into believing that she was saying, oh, when I was young, this is what I thought. No, you presented it as if that's what you believe now still.
So when I met him at 17 and he told me, I have, you're on my team, I got a roster and all these things, ridiculous things he said as a arrogant, 18-year-old teenager.
18. I was a senior in high school when I met him.
Arrogant, egotistical. That was familiar to me. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I get that. I can understand that. So that's why when I married him and my insecurity and my brokenness as a woman and my not knowing even Jesus, that was a familiar situation that I chose I could deal with. So I married him knowing that there's a possibility he could be unfaithful. But for me, it was not a deal breaker because of what I accepted as a child. Could you expound on that, doctor?
Oh, it seems as though you feel.
No, I can't. I'm not your therapist. I'm not giving you free therapy. Sounds like you needed help. That was not the issue. What we're talking about is your framing of that scenario as if that is your mom was wrong and not acknowledging that your mom was right. That's the problem. That's the problem. Could you expound on that? No, I can't expound on your feelings.
Feel as though the thing that broke up your home was the aspect of divorce. But do you feel as though if your parents stayed together that they would have been happy? Like, do you think that individuals who are in the same home and having consistent conflict and poor conflict resolution skills and resentment would provide a healthier home than the individuals deciding that they can no longer be together because of the harm that was caused and separated?
I can't speak of that because that's I don't know what that would have been because that was not my reality. So
you got a hypothetical about what you thought would have been best situation for both you and your mother if she had stayed, and your answer to that is I can't speak to that reality. So you're deciding to cop out of answering because you still believe that your mom should have stayed. That's your answer. You don't care nothing about her happiness. You're annoying. Yes, she is annoying. She is annoying. It is what it is. She is annoying. Oh, I can't speak to that. No, you can. You spoke to everything else. You can speak to an hypothetical about what would have happened if your mom would have been happy and she stayed, but you can speak to his mental state when he was out there cheating on you. You can speak to a hypothetical about what would have potentially happened around a woman staying with a cheating man. She's resenting. But you can speak to his mental state when he was out there cheating on you. You can speak to the demon that is in his bloodline. You can speak to that. But you can't speak to a hypothetical about what would happen if a woman stayed with a cheating man that she don't want to be with.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. So just as someone who works as a psychologist, I can tell you that a lot of times people will think that divorce is the thing that makes children unhappy. But I've also worked with individuals who have been in homes where the people were married.
I really like the therapist. Love her approach, period. Love it down. I would have been like, so you don't know how to answer an hypothetical? You don't, do you? I would ask it again. I can't speak to that. No, I'm not telling you to speak to something you've not lived. I'm asking your opinion about the potential of a reality. I'm asking an hypothetical question. You need to engage with it. Don't push it. I can't speak to that. Do you think it's better for a child to grow up in a two-parent household where it's trash? No? All right, cool. Next question. That was the right answer.
and then there was resentment. They clearly didn't care for each other. People were not coming home. A lot of times people think that the issue is conflict, but it's actually poor conflict resolution. So it seems like in some semblance you latched on to the idea that
also, I'm gonna need you to stop interrupting me talking about, yeah, right. No, you need to sit in your discomfort, because you can't take correction. Doesn't mean you get to be, yeah, right. Yeah. Don't do that. You need to sit in your discomfort. Don't interrupt me. It's really annoying. It is really annoying, particularly online. Like, stop. Control yourself. Impulse control.
like if my mom would have forgiven my dad, our family would have stayed together. And what I'm never going to do is break up my family. So I'm going to stay to do what it takes to stay together. Now, I would also share that there are many people who co-parent in happy, healthy situations. And I think that we have to think of the fact that like a lot of times we'll put marriage and that's the end all be all. But I think it's more important to be happy and healthy, whether that's with the person that you created children with or not, because we're also modeling that for our children and we become their first representation of love. So whereas you felt as though like, that broke up my home and, you know, maybe there was some resentment towards your mom because she should just forgive him. I'm going to make sure I hold my family together for that. But what I would see, like, say, if you were my client in this situation, I would also state that, like, are we not thinking about the ways that you deserve respect and the respect was broken and the trust was severed? And you also need to model to your children that you can be happy with yourself or you can be happy in a relationship. You deserve to be in a situation where you are happy. So if you can stay and be happy, that's great. If you need to leave and be happy, you can do that as well. The goal isn't to solely be in a relationship. The goal is to be a happy, healthy, and whole person. And if you can't be that with that individual, that's more important than cleaving onto this thought process that marriage is above everything. And I think that's one of the issues that I think is a concern specifically with the Black families. And in the church is because what we do is state that like, okay, so at the end of the day, you don't want to be divorced and you don't want to have a broken home. But when you are living in a home with someone, you're married and you guys are resenting each other and you can't even model what happiness looks like for your children, where their first model of happiness and they think happiness is not talking to each other, spending weekends apart, only talking to each other. That's not happiness. So I think it's also important to realize that it shouldn't be that the goal is like marriage. The goal should be a happy and healthy partnership. And those aren't always the same thing. I know plenty of people who co-parent happily and do a really good job at that. So I would say that you hung on to one of the reasons why you can openly mention the fact that you felt that it was harm and you were being degraded is simply because you cleaved onto this message as a child is that broke you up. Which in your mind, but like, do we think about your mother's happiness? Do we think about how she would have been in the house together?
At 8, 9,
not 8 and 9, but I'm saying as an adult who can acknowledge the fact that you said, I'm not going to get the, and I think that's pretty common, right? Like you want your family in the same house, right? Like in your opinion, it's like, what do you mean you can't forgive?
All I can do is share my experience. And with my experience, everything you're saying is correct. That was part of the reason why I was so adamant of I'm going to stay because I don't want my home broken up. As a 8 or 9-year-old child, that was implanted in me. As a teenager, when I got married, that was my mindset. It didn't last always, but I think my experience, I'm not trying to put that on other people and say they should do what I did. This was, in fact, I would not wish what I went through on my worst enemy. I went through.
Her voice is disarming. It's very easy to feel, whatever, I'm not going to go there. As a grown woman, please engage with the young child's mentality and tell us how it was wrong. That's what the therapist is trying to get you to do. That's what the therapist was asking you to do. To answer a hypothetical question, her cognitive function would have to be working, i.e. thinking. She doesn't think, she's just a judgmental fool. I don't think so. I think she's actually really smart. I think that she built whatever they have, she built it. I think she has a lot of intelligence. I believe that I think he is her blind spot.
I chose to go through something that was physically traumatic, emotionally traumatic, spiritually traumatic, yet transformative in my life, because the core root of my lowest point within my marriage is when I had an encounter with my Jesus. So in that low point, I was able to look up and find a savior in my experience. And that's when I had a dream.
By the way, this is when I would have pulled it out and said, oh yeah, I have a question there too. You said God, not God, told you to stay, and you felt God wrapped his arms around you. And Jesus told you when that man is dragging you for filth, calling you the most disgusting words possible, that God remade those words and translated them to you and said, I love you. Right? No, it's a no from me. Trash.
Now, mind you, I was about to leave. I wasn't always by his side. It reached a point that I was finally going to leave him with my 2 little babies. But I had a dream. He was a preacher. It was about 5-second dream. I held on to that promise for me. And I realized, oh, this is bigger than the marriage. There's something he's been called to do. At the time, I didn't know he was called at 8 years old to be a pastor. I knew he was called at about 19, but this goes way back for him. There was a lot of things happening behind the scenes that I didn't know and he didn't want to even admit to.
That man ain't called to do nothing but cause havoc in your life. That man was not called to do anything but wreak havoc. You might have been called for something he was not. The only thing he's called to do is follow you and let you lead him to wherever you're going and build whatever you're building. Ain't no call for this man. Talking about, oh, while he was cheating, I saw him preaching, so I couldn't leave. Wait.
Dealing with his personal call of God. So when I realized that, I chose to stay and wait for my marriage to work out. And I don't advocate people.
Alyssa says, hey, Alyssa, how are you? Demons, I'm holding space for you right now because this is ludicrous. Oh, all is well. Thank you for being here.
Staying in bad relationships. I don't tell people to stay in abusive relationships. Members of my church, I've been here 20 years. No, that does not come from me. In fact, I tell my women, put him in jail. All right, if he's being abusive, get a restraining order, go to therapy separate, get healed, and then come together. That's the advice that I regularly give. But in my story, where I had no counsel, I had the mothers of the church that were my counselors that basically told me put oil on him and pray, and that was it. No one talked to me about therapy. No one talked to me about cognitive behavior therapy. Nobody talked to me about healing. Nobody talked to me about dysfunction. Now, remember, back in those days, that wasn't a common word. We're talking early 90s. All right, that nobody was saying or preaching about dysfunctional and families from
the triggers. That was
those words were not heard over the pulpit at church. So I chose to stay. And when I say God gave me the grit, God did not tell me to stay. In fact, when I prayed, God never. I think, Lord, should I leave? Should I go? God never gave me I never heard from the Lord in my heart what to do. But I will say that God gave me the strength and divine supernatural power to endure the 3.
Like, God had to give you supernatural power to endure your husband. God gave you supernatural power to endure your husband.
Years it took for us to get our marriage on the right path. And that's my story.
So if you were going to provide recommendations, right, because you mentioned that like you didn't have the benefit of having mental health professionals or counselors. No. So say you would have a scenario where you get to look back and see what you needed at that time to be able to be healed or feel comfortable leaving.
Yes.
What would you have preferred to have received, whether it was from family members, whether it was from women in the church? What do you think would have better served you? So then we could possibly get to what can serve people who may be going through this scenario in the first place.
I would have loved to have a woman tell me who I was in Christ and explain my value as a woman, because I had to find that out on my own during these 3 years of me working on me and God working on him. Okay. So during that time, through my own study, worship, going to church, I realized, oh, God called me. God chose me. God thinks I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Oh, God has my name written on his hand. My walls, my life is forever in front of me. I had to learn. Once I learned who I was as a woman of God in Christ first, was when my life began to radically change. And I had confidence, I had hope, I had strength. And I realized whether we stay together or not, this God that I serve loves me, will never leave me, will not forsake me. He will always be faithful. He will not lie. Jesus will not cheat on me. Man will fail, but my God will not fail. And that's what I sunk my teeth into in the early beginning of my relationship.
Okay, this was a coping mechanism for her. The God, Jesus, the Bible, Christianity, it was all to help her cope with the fact that her man was a philandering, useless man out in these streets. That's all that was, because none of this makes sense. Like, what are you talking about? My God will not fail. My God will not fail. Yeah, my God will not fail either. That man failed. That's what we were talking about.
Relationship with the Lord. So it was like a dual thing happening. I was finding out who I was in Christ, and I was hoping that he would change his life and become the man of God he would. But it was very, looking back at it now, I don't know how I did it. That's why I say it was the grace of God. And I wouldn't go through that now today at 52. I would not do that again.
Yeah.
I'm a grown woman. I'm not a little girl. Back then, my little girl mind could handle it. And I transitioned into the woman I am today. Now that I've transitioned, I would not go back or accept that behavior or go back to thinking that behavior is okay. Because I was 19.
Let me jump in real quick. So the interesting thing about it, as we're talking about this conversation, is looking at the choices that someone made before therapy was introduced in their life, when they were still operating as a child due to trauma. And what I think is kind of unfair about it is that you can go through anybody's life and say, why did you make that decision 30-something years ago? Unwise decision, bad decision. Well, now when someone is talking about how they're seeing things now, how they're taking their decisions based on their past mistakes and making better decisions, that's what the conversation should be more about. What I look at,
Nah, I'm the therapist. You shut your phantom follicle self up at the top. Shut it up. Shut it all up. I am here now. I'm doing what you should have done. What do you mean it's unfair? Didn't you bring them on your podcast to tell their story? What do you mean? So now that they're telling their story, you don't want them to be judged for the degenerate story they're telling. It is not only their story that they're telling, it is the problem of telling their story and not acknowledging the change that needed to take place, where they are and why it was bad. It is the indulgent in this kind of, oh, it was fun. God gave me strength. We needed to go through. No, you didn't need to go through none of that. You didn't need to go through none of that. What's absolutely diabolical is his parents calling themselves pastors and then co-signing this foolishness as Christian. Yeah. That is important too, because I forgot there was a bishop and a pastor. The granddad was a bishop, I think, and the dad was a pastor.
glad that we're having this conversation because there may be other people currently in that same situation that are now getting reference, getting terminology, getting understanding to say, okay, I'm in this right now with this guy, or I'm in this right now with this woman, that I'm in this verbally abusive relationship, mentally abusive relationship, even more so spiritually abusive relationship. Because what has happened so much in the church is that we have experienced such spiritual abuse in the church, where what has been triggering for my brother Reggie, while he's talking about certain stuff and he goes into scripture, every time he goes into scripture, I'm sensitive to know that that can be a trigger in and of itself. People look at.
No, it's not that it's a trigger. Ain't no spiritual abuse. These people are just abusive, period. It's a spiritual. No. Religion lowers IQ. It is triggering for me when he quotes scriptures. It is. Because the only time I hear these men quote scriptures is after they've done something wrong and they're trying to justify their behavior. I know, because what he's doing is taking shots at the therapist for pointing out this man quoting scriptures. And this man only seemed to quote scriptures to justify some bad, disgusting, dusty behavior. That is the only time. This man only speaks in scriptures. He only speaks to cover up some disgusting behavior.
That spiritual bypassing. Well, the reality is that's what he's rooted in. It's kind of hard to be like pull him separate from that,
right?
Because that's what got him healed. That's what got him to become the man that he is. So I just want to put reference.
That is not what got him healed. You were not listening to him. He said he made a deal with God when he was locked up for armed robbery, and then he got sent to jail. While he was in jail, he told God, I'm going to change my life if you get me out. And then he said, God, got him out. And then he changed his life. Ain't no scriptures. He didn't start reading the scriptures, learn the scriptures, and then change his life. He told us that he made a bargain with God. And when God let him out, he decided to serve God. Ain't nobody got time for you and your dusty, disgusting, degenerate interpretation of what happened. Miss Sparkles, sorry. I need to calm down. I do need to calm down because I'm going to actually say something I'm not supposed to say on here. So I'm going to actually. He's saying that he's making space for people that go through these things, but he's laughing at the stories of overt and covert abuse done by Reggie. Yeah.
Around that, when people hear that, they'll go, there he goes with scriptures again. Well, that's what got him to be an upstanding man that he is.
No, he didn't. Jesus didn't mistreat women, period.
Now.
Right.
And so I just like to put framework around it because of the fact a lot of people have been manipulated, a lot of people have been abused, a lot of people have been SA, can't even say the words. This is the month of April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Yeah. So bringing reference around that. So it's all of this that happens where people will be living their trauma as they're hearing what Reggie is saying, judging Kelly based upon the mistakes that they made in their past, or not even having the strength to make a better decision in the current state that they're in. And so what I love about this is that the reason why I have you on, Dr. Martin, is to give context and language so that we don't repeat these cycles. So that when other people are in these situations, other men are on this live, they say, man, I need to get my act together. Let me value not only a woman, but let me value myself so that I don't act out like this. Let me separate myself from a woman. If I don't know how to treat her right, go get therapy, heavy on the therapy, go get therapy so that I can be a better man, so that I can actually one day become a better husband and a better father, in that order. And so that's why I wanted you on this live for, is to have this conversation, because I believe that you can be a powerful tool. So when we hear language, when you hear Kelly talk about at 8 or 9 years old, blaming her mom for not staying in that situation, well, that's a 9-year-old thought. But then as you become older, you go, no, that was a very toxic.
She should have said that. That's the point. She only pointed out what she believed when she saw her mom left her dad, and then she just moved on from that. That's the problem. That was the problem. Now you're caught up. Cool.
Relationship. It's best that my mom removed herself out of that situation. You may find out at 30 or 40 years old, but at 9 years old, you're saying daddy's not here. And then daddy is whispering in your ear. Because me, I'm a licensed foster parent. So I know I have a foster son, and his mom would call him and whisper stuff in his ears and he'll make him just start. And he's 16 years. Well, he was 16 years old, and his mom was doing that. And I'm like, why is your mom having this level of influence on your life when it's been an abusive situation? Well, people still have an affinity towards their parents, through their biological parents. And so I had to learn, like, hold on, don't look at it as an attack on you, Lateris, is that he still has an affinity towards his mom, and his mom can call and whisper things in his ear. And so that's the type of framework I want to hear more of, because I do want us to detach from the toxicity. I want healthier marriages. I want healthier people all together, so that we can love each other properly. One other point I want to make was the fact that when we look at, let me ask you this, Dr. Martin, when you're hearing this, when you hear people speak from a spiritual standpoint, what is your relationship to that? Do you look down on that, or what is your viewpoint on that when you hear him bust out and start saying scriptures? What is your take?
He just tried, and I didn't catch this on the first watch. He just tried to throw the doctor under the bus with his religious fanatical people who he wanted to say she just don't understand religious warfare. She just doesn't understand the scriptures. That's what he just did. And I did not pick up on it initially, but that's what he was doing right now. Thankfully, she's Christian. Thankfully, she was Christian. Unfortunately, you got to say that now.
Take on that.
Oh, no, I don't look down on that. I grew up in the Baptist and African Methodist Episcopal Church. I'm also a believer. I do look down on the fact that, no, it's not even looking down. I don't appreciate times where it seems as though scripture may be used to justify actions. I can understand the power of the scripture and also providing context. But I think the concern is when, I know you stated that that's your connection with the word and that's what brought you out.
Absolutely.
But in times during the interview, that it also seemed as though it was used as a justification. Oh, yeah, I was young and I was cheating. And the Bible says that, like, sin has a season. So that's along with the Bible. And in the time when you were discussing, and everyone may not see it as justification, but that's how I saw it.
When she gets uncomfortable, the wife, when the preacher's wife gets uncomfortable, and when she knows she's being read for filth, she comes in and does this, yeah, and it's very disruptive. Actually, it is very disruptive, and she really do need to control herself. Like, it's very annoying to me. Like, just sit there and take what you're getting, because, like, you're all wrong.
The other concern also isn't It isn't the fact of judging you for the past and like what happened previously, what happened in your relationship happened in your relationship. But just like you mentioned, it was a choice for you to stay in the relationship. The biggest concern was the lack of just clarity on the fact that, like, just a heads up, this is emotional abuse. This is emotional violence. When someone tries to harm or control another person, when they undermine, blame, shame, manipulate, criticize a person, that is emotional abuse. What is being discussed in this relationship is emotional abuse. When we make statements such as, I was graced to go through that, just a heads up, there's a difference between a harmful, a hurtful season and a harmful system. And in this way, we need to look at whether this is contributing to the well-being of this person. You mentioned the fact that at one point, Lateris asked, what do you say to the people, the women who stated that, like, this is low self-esteem and low self-worth? And you mentioned, oh, well, that's why they're single. And it could have been helpful to state that you did.
I said it, but it was in reference to, what about women that don't want to have a man that they have to work on? And I said, well,
no, that's not what was said. It was, what do you say to women who say they don't want this? And you said that's why they're single. Don't play in my face. Do not play in my face. I remember that because we paused it. It actually didn't even say anything about single women. It could be a married woman. It said, what do you say to women who, you said that's why they're single. You said that. You pointed to single women. You were disrespecting single women. And you were disrespecting single women. You were disrespecting single women. And I wish they had the tape to run it back so you can see that you were disrespecting single women. And I know you don't have to see because you meant it. You meant it with your full chest. You think being married is a prize. You think you have won. And when you said that's why they're not married, to respond to the phantom follicles, you were saying, no, they can't come from me because that's why they're not married. That's what you did.
Not, it was more in my mind talking, because it was free conversation in a living room setting. And the context of it, it was not say abused. It was, you can work with people, I think, are single still because they may have met somebody early, but they didn't want to work together as far as building and becoming a man. Like, for instance, if they met at 20, well, he doesn't have stuff together. He's not making six figures. He doesn't have a house. He's in an apartment. My mind is, you can work and build those things.
No, absolutely not. You were talking about how degenerate your husband was. The Terriers came in and said, oh, what do you say to women who said they don't want this? This is not what they want. And your response is, that's why they were single. That's what happened. It was not about they don't want to build with a man. None of that. It was, you felt attacked because women were, Latarius pointed out that some women might be looking at your dusty marriage and say, no, I don't want that kind of marriage. And you said that's why they're single. He didn't even actually said, what do you say to women who are single who say they, no, it could just be a married woman who said, that's why I don't want none of that. You pointed it out. You said that's why they're single. Because apparently married women would not be dragging you. And married women are dragging you. The doctor right now I heard was a married woman. Don't lie. Don't play in my face. Do not play in my face. Go play in a PlayStation, go play in a Nintendo 64, a Wii, but don't play in my face.
Things in a relationship and not have a ready-made man, because I believe the reference was women want someone 6 foot, 6 figures with a six pack. And
oh no, that wasn't the.
Yeah, none of that was said. It was said, but later.
Reference. He just stated that people are gonna be upset about this.
Yeah.
Let's say this is low self-esteem. I met my husband at 20 as well. We've been together for 15 years and married for 8. And I know it's not as long as you guys have been together, but even just mentioning the age part also seems like a justification. And when you mention it in response to Latarius saying it, because the way you said it, well, that's why they're single. Singlehood isn't punishment. Being partnered doesn't mean peace. So I think that's also an issue that I took with it. It wasn't solely about, it's about like, oh, that's why they're single. And in stating that, you're making it like singlehood is a punishment. And even in the statement where you mentioned the woman came to your job and you're like, oh, well, I'm the wife. I'm the wife here. There were just consistent examples of, as long as you have a title, you stay through thick and thin. And there's a difference between thick and unjust. There's a difference between thick.
Oh, she is reading them down. She is reading them down, as she should. As she should. I know, Miss Therapist Lady, I know you're watching. Good for you. I know you're not going to show up because I'm dragging too harshly, and I think you need to do your work. So I appreciate someone who sits in front of someone they disagree with and tell them fully how they disagree with them. Period. Drag them.
and emotional abuse. So I think that is the biggest issue. It's not to judge you on based off of what you went through. It's to talk about your response to you sharing what you went through.
You're saying,
and then also with Lateris as well, like in terms of when showing it, you guys are mentioning the fact that you guys were like sharing in a living room. But Lateris, I mean, millions upon millions of views. There's like 600,000 followers on YouTube. So although it can be like as simple as, we were just sharing in a living room, there was a full camera crew. You guys were mic'd up. There had to be some inkling of, I think it would have been helpful to share more in the editing process, and also think about the ways that what we're actually platforming when this is a Dear Future Wifey podcast, and we're sharing the story, but we're not providing any additional context and like the mental health perspective. I think personally the issue is also like it could have had more editing, it could have had some more inclusions, and I think that's also a concern. It's not about that. It's like, oh well, that's why you're single, and it's just another example of as long as you're married.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I like to take responsibility on that, because like from the standpoint of a platform standpoint, when I'm having these conversations, I'm not even aware of, I'll say it in the interview, I'm like, okay, people are not gonna like this, but in creating a safe space for my audience, well, not my audience, but for my guests, I can do a better job to talk straight to the camera and just stop and be like, hey, listen, now I do not condone this. This is their story. I said that in the episode, but I should say, if you are experiencing this in your relationship, get help, get therapy, get out of that relationship. So my takeaway when I was watching it, I said, okay, now I want to become more savvy when I'm having these conversations that are, because of course I don't even know they're sharing this level of stuff. It's coming to me at the first, off the cusp, and I'm going, woof.
Yeah.
Does the phantom follicles at the top really want us to think that he didn't know the depth of the story? He really wants us to. He really wants us to think he didn't know the story. How do you spell concierge? I can't. Oh, I can spell it now. I hate when those moments happen when you forget to spell how to spell.
Like, oh, this is even worse. I'm like, this is even worse. What in the world? So it's taking me off guard because I'm sitting here as a first time hearing it, and I'm going, I said, I didn't know none of this is going on, and so and then I'm judging them to see if I'm shocked about it. If I get shocked about it and they're not shocked, then I become more reactive, and they like, well, this is cool. We passed this, and I'm going, throwing a conniption. So I'm trying to judge them, and I'm going, okay, they laughing, I'm gonna laugh with them. So it's like I mirror. It's a mirroring thing that I do from when I'm interviewing people. I'll mirror them to create a safe space, but again, the awareness that I have now is when I'm having these conversations, think of who may be on the other side of that video that's watching that video. And even though they're 30 years removed, even I had to learn that about my own testimony when I would share about my infidelity that was over 10 years ago.
Right. I appreciate you. I figured out how to spell it, and I did not turn on spell check. I remembered how to spell it, and I didn't turn on spell check. I need to turn it on because I heard that spell check has made us like dumber, not dumb, but like unable to spell. We became too reliant on technology, so I turned off spell check off my phone.
That I'm saying it so casually, and people are like, oh, you're bragging about it. And I'm like, bragging about it? I'm not bragging. I can actually share it for the first time since I did this podcast, and people took it as, oh, you're bragging about your infidelity. And I was like, y'all don't know how suicidal I was when I was doing that. But again, other people may be in that position right then. I've been through therapy, been healed from it, but then I'm not aware enough to say, even as free as I can say it, it can come off very insensitive. And so that's what I'm learning the more that God keeps curating these conversations, because they keep getting deeper and deeper. And then, but to be aware of it enough to say, all right, who may be hearing this? Let's take a beat, let's take a moment and address the audience and say, get help if you're going through this. This is emotional abuse. This is sexual abuse. This is spiritual abuse. This is physical abuse. Go get help.
Right.
But it's not like insensitive. It's insensitive.
So I, honest to God, have nothing more to add to what she's about to say. So instead of speaking, I'm just going to let her say it. Instead of speaking, the husband is letting her windmill. She is still doing all of the fighting, and she will continue to do all of the work.
Right. And you mentioned the aspect of mirroring, but creating a space isn't simply just mirroring a safe space isn't simply just mirroring what the other person states. Because if it was a different scenario and they were saying, oh, well, yeah, and this, not only should she be happy that she wasn't home when she messed up my case with, she better make sure it don't ever happen again or she won't make it to another show. And he laughs it off. Do you laugh it off then as well? A safe space isn't, but it's not, of course not, right? Because you laughed it off in that scenario. Mirroring isn't what contributes to having a safe space. A safe space is when you acknowledge the difficult conversations, when you also hold people accountable. I think it could be more difficult when, like you mentioned, you guys are friends, but it's not like it was a live conversation. You don't watch the videos before you, because even a lot of people have shared, I've never seen an episode like this from Latarius. Like you don't do feedback for every single one. There was clearly something concerning about this one that reached out to many people. You don't just do it live. Like, this isn't edited. There was something that clearly was concerning about it. So we can't just use the term safe space in terms of, I'm going to make it safe for people who are harmed, for the victim and the offenders. You have to think about who is the safe space for. Like, you're talking about Dear Future Wifey podcast, and the letter every single time is Dear Future Wifey, and you're saying,
this is so beautiful. It is impossible to create a safe space. Actually, let me leave that alone. I think if you try to make the abuser too comfortable, it is no longer a safe space. That is my opinion. This is how I've done my platform. I realized very early on in being on YouTube that I cannot make this a safe space for abusers. I can't. For the people inflicting harm, it will not be safe. And then they leave. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I can't talk to them now. But you now have to make a decision. Do you want to make the content, or do you want to create an environment that is convivial? And you have to make that decision. I'm really glad she called this out. When if you're trying to get both people in and try to quote unquote make it safe for both people, you inevitably run into a problem. I think there's a way you can do it, I guess, but that is only if the person who has done wrong is willing to sit in them being wrong. It is very difficult, I think, for a channel in the Black community. This is what I believe. I believe it's difficult for a channel in the Black community to tell the truth and have both people on it, both genders. I think it's impossible. I think the people who inflict the pain, part of why they inflict so much pain is because they can't deal with the fact that they can't deal with who they are as truthfully as we should be able to deal with who we are, truthfully. That is my opinion. Anyway, let me take it back a little because she was cooking and I didn't mean to interrupt.
Having a safe space. A safe space is when you acknowledge the difficult conversations, when you also hold people accountable. I think it could be more difficult when, like you mentioned, you guys are friends, but it's not like it was a live conversation. You don't watch the videos before you, because even a lot of people have shared, I've never seen an episode like this from Latarius. Like you don't do feedback for every single one. There was clearly something concerning about this one that reached out to many people. You don't just do it live. Like, this isn't edited. There was something that clearly was concerning about it. So we can't just use the term safe space in terms of, I'm going to make it safe for people who are harmed, for the victim and the offenders. You have to think about who is the safe space for. Like, you're talking about Dear Future Wifey podcast, and the letter every single time is Dear Future Wifey, and you're saying you want transparency and you want to have marriages. But I think it's kind of gotten to a point where it's like, do you want marriages or do you want healthy relationships? Because that's not always what you're sharing. And so it's important to not just mirror. It's one of the reasons why in my video, I mentioned the fact, like, this is one of the reasons why it's really, really important to have mental health professionals in the church and have people have psychological first aid, and churches are very much doing that. I think a lot of people have made comments about, like, am I a believer? I sure am. And I also spoke at the Mount Zion Baptist Church marriage and family conference a couple of weeks ago. But there's importance to realize that, like, God works through people as well. And I can be a believer and also realize that that's not faith and dehumanizing don't go hand in hand. So I think that's the concern. It's like, we can't just say safe space and, like, insensitive. It was insensitive. And the safe space is, if we want to talk about, like, it was safe for your friends, definitely. But for the people who are watching it, I don't think so, because I think that's one of the reasons why you found it really important to do this. Like, when I watched that, I had concern as a psychologist seeing that people thinking, well, this person was graced to do this. I maybe need to be more graced to do this. And, at the end of the day, at least I'm not single, and I'm a parent too, and I don't want to have a broken home. And I totally understand if that's not your realm, but if these are the topics that you're going to decide to talk about, it has to be your realm, Latarius.
That's putting a lot on what, first of all, I'm not aware of what I'm having these conversations about. I'm talking to a pastor that's been married. Give me stories about what it is. If that's happening in
that means you are not a content creator, you're not good at your job, and you need to get someone else to do your job. But I also don't believe you. I believe fully you knew exactly what they were going to talk about. I believe you understood the story in very specific details. I believe you understood everything that was about to happen. I also believe you knew what would happen after they left. Even if they believed they were going to be celebrated, you knew they weren't going to be celebrated. You mentioned it multiple times. You told them that you hope that they're ready for what was to come. You knew exactly what you were doing. Don't sit there and lie now. And I'm not even going to be mad at you, right? I'm mad at myself for hiding a bunch of live stream after men came up here and made a fool of themselves. I decided, you know what? Let me put private, right? I did that because I wanted to protect the space I'm creating. You knew exactly what you were doing. You knew exactly what you were doing. I'm just waiting for the side chicks to make themselves known. Let's see how far this religious psychosis can go. I said, yep, I hated that. Yeah, no, I was like, yeah, no, this is too much. This could get people in trouble. You're smoking online and you're driving and drinking, and that's illegal. Let me just let's just not. Let's just not. Hey, Amara.
Real time. Yeah, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a therapist.
I'm a psychologist.
Huh?
I'm a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist.
Well, I'm a psychologist. I'm saying period. I'm not any of those things. And so you're supposed to have exactly what you have, the insight that you have to be exactly what you are. That's not me. So if I'm having a podcast, I'm gonna have a conversation where just to get people to open up and share stuff is a feat of its own. Most people will not even come on a platform that is as large as mine is to possibly be judged by whatever they say. So we got to start there, first of all. So that just doesn't happen. So when I started doing this, nobody was doing that from a relationship standpoint, which people were like, oh, that's crazy. You think I'm going to get on here and tell all my business? Which is what I felt at the beginning. So I'm saying that sometimes you can look at it from your lens and say what I should have done or what I could have done. When that ain't my job. That ain't my.
It is your job. You knew what you were doing. You paused multiple times. You felt it. You responded to it. You just did not respond to it correctly. So no, it is your job. It is your job. Talking about you just. Ugh. I hate. So he's still trash in my book. It is what it is. It is my opinion. It does make it fact. He's still trash. Fully still trash. He is still trash. He cannot take accountability for anything. And a person, man or woman, who refuse to take accountability and willing to lie to escape that accountability, I think they're still trash and abusive. It is what it is. That's an opinion. It's not truth.
Job to do that. And so what I said that I took ownership of is that now hindsight being 2020, which is going to always be in my life because I'm a student to myself first, is to go, now I realize the platform has grown to a different level. I may have conversations now that people may share something and I have to always think, forget just them in person. What is the person on the other side of this camera, which I just said, how are they receiving it? Because I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking that people are intelligent enough to say, oh, that's what they did at 18 years old. I'm 40 years old. I'm thinking that, but I have to do more work and say, but what if they don't think like that? What if now I got to get.
You see how people get out of. Please tell me this is familiar to you. Do not write anything in the chat. Please do not write anything in this chat. Please let me know if you hear anything familiar. I already assumed everyone would already know that, so I don't think I had to say that. Does that ring any bells? I did not feel like I have to say it. I didn't say it because I thought it was obvious and everyone else knew.
Get in the role of a therapist and go, hey, listen, hey, now let's go ahead and put these trigger warnings up. Let's go ahead and talk straight to the audience. That has never been done before in 5 years. Never had an episode like this before in 5 years. So with great rewards cause greater responsibility. So it's like now, that's why I want to have this conversation is because nothing like this has ever happened before. Anytime I've had a conversation in the past, it was a reality show person that people knew, and it's a celebrity or salacious conversation that's happened where people see on TV, and then they come on my podcast and I give them an opportunity to talk about whatever it is. But it's never somebody that is, can't say relatively unknown, but they're known but not celebrity, so to speak, and they're freely sharing their story about not what happened a year ago or not what they're currently going in, but something that happened over 30 years ago. Then I'm like, hey, let's talk about it. But I told them, which they can tell you, I said, man, I just hope people don't take this and take this the wrong way. I said, man, I don't care. I said, I do not want to set y'all up for failure. I said, but I can't think about how people respond to certain stuff. And I said, I just hope.
You have to respond. Anyway, it's fine. Ain't nobody. This man think he's Oprah Winfrey, but don't want to do the job of Oprah. Were you silent or were you silenced?
hope people don't take the wrong clip. That's why I stop in moments and I go, ugh.
Right.
I did. And then I'll take moments and I'll pray. I'll take moments and be like, please don't let this go wherever it is.
Right.
Because I'm sensitive to it to that degree to be like, I just don't want people hanging on to
Coco, why are you being mean? Why are you being mean?
the wrong thing.
Right.
Yes. When we talk about what they went through and how she should have ended it a long time ago, and I put air quotes because I'm not in the marriage. If it was my daughter, I would say, hey, this is what I have for you to do.
Mhm.
But still, as my grown child, she ain't got to listen to me. And I know that. And so I can offer my recommendation. I can give her my wisdom. I can give her.
By the way, all I hear, that's all I'm hearing. I promise to God, all I'm hearing, it's just like, what are you, just a mush mouth foolishness, like, oh.
My advice, but I'm not in their marriage, and I'm sensitive enough to know that nothing I say now could have changed anything that they did 30 years ago.
And let me share this. We have 2 daughters. They're 31 and one will be 30 next week. I would never tell my 2 adult daughters to go through what I put her through. First of
that's not funny, but that's also wild. Latarius is crashing. Glasses up top. I'm glasses too. Glasses up top, crashing out. Glasses up top, like crashing down. And this one out here, Joe, come in. And I would not tell my daughters to go through what I put her through. Period. Because they're better than that.
of all, I was a young man, and from 19 to 24, I didn't know who I was. I didn't even love myself. So how could I love her? I didn't love myself. But once I began to get a relationship with God and I began to get in my word, I realized, man, I am somebody. The Bible says I'm fearfully and I'm wonderfully made. The Bible says in Revelation 1:6 that I'm a priest and a king.
Period. Period. You better be a king. You better be a king. A lot of mercy, mercy.
I wish somebody would have told me that when I grew up in the pews. So I'm going through an identity crisis. I was told that if I wasn't running the football or hitting the baseball, what am I going to do in life? I got dyslexia. I got ADHD. I'm a convicted felon. But when I begin to get in the word of God, I begin to be triggered by the word of God. I begin.
You're still all those things. Even in the word, you're still all of it. Yeah. When they said that Jesus died for your sin and wipe your sin away, it didn't include the fact it does not expunge your record. Your records will not be expunged.
To be triggered by Romans 8:31, that if God be for me, who can be against me? I begin to be triggered by Proverbs.
You and these Bible verse out of context is annoying me. Yep. I've hit my limit of Bible verse. Can you imagine if we were doing a drinking game? Absolutely not. Let me get some more sausages. The fact that them people haven't brought my food up from the downstairs is wild. Because that man just dropped it off at the front desk already, and my food ain't been here yet. And if they think, I'm probably going to have to go get it. If I put it in.
Proverbs 24:16, a righteous man falls 7 times, but he gets back up. The travesty is not when you fall, it's when you don't get back up.
Wait, I feel like he count all his cheating for them 3 years as falling, as one of the fall. I am pretty sure he count him cheating. Period. He said he had 6 more times to fall. He's a cat. Well, he's not a cat. He's a cow. He go moo. He not in the mood. He too smooth. I'm not a cat. I don't go meow.
Romans 3:23 says all have sinned and have come short of the glory of God. But Genesis 50:20 says, Joseph said to his brothers, what you meant for evil, God meant it for good. So everything the enemy meant for evil for me, now the good that has come out of it is we have this 20-year ministry that we've been able to preach to thousands of people about trying to help save marriages. And let me share this. We counsel people all the time, and we've had to tell people, you need to get divorced. Some women have said, Pastor Steele, Pastor Kelly, I don't have the grace like you. You know, we tell them, go file for divorce. But then they'll quote to me, Malachi 2:16, that God hates divorce. And I had to be like, let me unpack that for you. Let's keep the text in the context. God does not hate you. He hates how.
I know this man who reads every single scripture absolutely out of context is not up here talking about, let's read this in context. His mama told him not to cheat, yet he still did so, right? Can we have a dance break? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We can have, I have a break for us though. Here's a break. Where's that thing? One more.
How the enemy has come in and put a wedge in the relationship because Mark 3:25 says a house divided won't stand. And we've had to tell some women, yes, your husband, he's out of pocket. You need to be done. He's beating you down, not only just physically or emotionally, but physically. So we're not going to tell somebody to stay in a relationship like that. We're not going to do that because then the blood is on our hands.
And one thing that I do want to note that they do have licensed professionals as therapists at their church.
Yes.
And so they're really big about having a counseling. They have a counseling department at their church, which I thought was very admirable.
So you know them, you are their friends, you know everything about their church. You know everything about their church, but you didn't know their story before they came on. So you're a liar too. Got it. You're a liar too. Get your food. No, I have to get through this.
That they have counseling.
When the doctor leaves, I'll get my food. When this doctor, she's about to leave and some people are about to come on, I will go get my food when this doctor leaves.
And they are not one of those pastors that tell people to stay. They've had people who have said, hey, they'll hear them share their testimony, and they have church members that'll tell them right in their face that we not you, Kelly. If my husband cheated on me one time, I'm leaving. And they be like, do what you do.
And they have that right. They have that right to do that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I just want to, because I'm actually the conference subject to go. I just want to end on a couple of things. One, I do want it to be understood that, like, just objectively, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. What you described within that podcast episode was emotional abuse, right?
It was.
Degradation, violence, minimizing all of that, and that is a very dangerous situation.
It was very dangerous.
And I also want to share the fact that people need to understand that staying together and being well together are not the same thing. You are not called by God to stay in a situation where you feel as though you are constantly questioning your worth, not knowing where your partner is, feeling as though you're being taken outside of yourself when it comes to destroying their things. And that is not of any God I serve. And once again, I am a believer. So I do want everyone to walk away from that, because that was one of my biggest concerns. Additionally, I will say that being single is not a curse. And I think it's really important to realize the fact that, like, you have to be comfortable and happy with yourself before you try to combine with anyone else. But anyone who makes you question your worth, whether it is with the things that they do or the fact that they are stating that you are not of worth, whether they're saying that you're not my preference, whether they're saying you don't look the way I expect you to look, whether they're saying that I just don't want you, that is not any situation that you need to be remaining in. I want everyone to understand that ultimately that is an unhealthy situation. And it's not necessary for you to feel as though that God is calling you to be in this story. And if you walk away from this, you're walking away from God. God and the physical beings on earth are two entirely different things. And I do want everyone to understand that. And Laterius, I do really hope that going forward, you do go with your gut, because just the simple fact that you needed to pause and you're stating the fact that I hope people don't take that the wrong way. That is honestly your gut telling you that there is something to be taken the wrong way. No one is going to take the alphabet the wrong way, because it's just the alphabet. The fact that you felt it in your gut to pause and you needed to breathe, and the fact that you were like, oh, people are going to look at this the wrong way, that is actually showing that you had the cognizance of mind to know that something was being stated was harmful. So I would actually push back a little bit in the statement of, like, I didn't know how they were going to take it. You said at least
clock him, drag him, put it down on. Let me stop. Drag him. Period. I like her. I don't know her. I like the fact that she's very straightforward. She's telling you what she feels, what she thinks. She's giving you the business, and she don't care. I love that. Lataria thought she was gonna get this woman on because she made a stitch and he was gonna control the conversation. She said, yeah, no. This is what I said. This is why I said what I said. I'm standing on what I said and I'm not backing down because I believe what I said. Now have a good night, period. Drag him to, period.
2 to 3 times, like this is going to come over wrong. So you didn't know how they were going to take it. And the fact that you have producers and editors, you could have staved off the episode for a little bit. You can even add now. You can go back to the episode and add it and add things about these are clearly examples of emotional abuse. Here are some resources that you can use going forward. But I would really push back on you stating that like that is not my job. This isn't what I do. You were talking about relationships and the combination of people being together. There's going to be some realm of mental health in it in the first place. And it doesn't have to be therapy because therapy is not the only path to healing, whether it is spirituality, whether it's community, no matter what, it is going to be paved with like education and community. So don't think just because you're not a licensed mental health professional that you can't hold people accountable. I think you need to think about what you're providing a safe space for. But the fact that you stated that you thought people were going to take it.
So he knows exactly what he's providing the safe space for. He wants men like him to tell stories like him and not feel judged for doing what he did. That's exactly what he's doing. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This man don't want no wife, talking about their future wifey. This is all to play into women's fantasy. If he wanted a wife, he would have had a wife. He don't want a wife. He just playing into women's fantasy. Church women in particular, desperate women in the church are looking to him, hoping that they could be his dear future wife or some foolishness. I don't know why, but a man is a man is a man, apparently. And he's feeding into these delusions. That's what he's doing. That is my opinion. That's that on that.
The wrong way. I do think that you did realize in some symbols that some of this wasn't going to go over. You can go back to editing. You got a whole team. You can say like in the beginning, there are some difficult things going on in here. Here are some things in breaking it down. And maybe, that's something that you do going forward. But like, I just want to state that like, that's the biggest concern here thinking. And also an example of the fact that like you mentioned that you wish you had more support. And even when I asked you what you would have done better, like if you could have received something, you still stated that like, oh, well, I was going through it as Christ. I wish I had known that like, this is what Christ was putting me through. What I'm saying is I don't think that is what Christ is putting me through.
I didn't say that. I said, I wish I knew who I was in Christ. Jesus didn't put me through what I chose. God didn't tell me to stay and be abused.
Yes.
God didn't say you need to suffer with this man you chose. The Lord was not in those decisions. No,
I misspoke on that. I'm saying that you can be in Christ and leave. That's what I mean. I'm sorry. I misspoke in saying that. I don't want people. So I'm just trying to clarify. In stating that you're saying that you're in Christ, I'm not saying that God spoke to you because you did very clearly state that is not what happened. What I'm saying is you can identify the.
He's so annoying and he can't take correction. He can't even fully engage. It's just so annoying to me. Like, one thing I'm not going to do, if I bring you up on my platform, I'm not about to disrespect you. Unless you disrespect me. But I'm just not going to be a disrespectful person. He's just like, ooh. He can't even take correction.
The fact that you are in Christ and you can also leave. That doesn't make you any less Christian.
Okay, the Bible permits divorce for adultery. So I had if you want to go biblical, I had my biblical right to divorce. Now, I don't believe the Lord wants anybody to be physically abused.
Right.
Or in any kind of domestic violence situation.
Or mentally abused.
Mentally, emotionally,
isolated.
Any abuse, financial abuse.
I said that all at the beginning. I said all that at the beginning.
Any abuse. The Lord is kind and doesn't want any of his children to suffer and go through that for the sake of being married. So please, I guess what I'm hearing from you, doctor, is you wish I would have said, this is abuse. It was wrong for my husband to say, I abused my wife. Instead of laughing about it, you would rather us say, what we were actually doing to each other,
and
that it was abusive.
That singlehood isn't a punishment.
I've never said singlehood was a punishment. I've got a daughter.
It's just that when you came back, when they're like, what do you think when people state that like they don't want to stay that long, and you said, well, that's why they're single.
I'm saying no. I'm saying is from early on in stages, people, to me, my opinion is there are people that want to date, but they want to finish products, and sometimes you've got to build with that person to become the established man or woman of God. Is what I meant. Not take abuse, be a doormat, be cheated on, and take it until you can make it. I wouldn't advise that to anybody. I've got 5 children, 2 daughters, 3 sons. Okay. My children are healthy and whole. I would not advocate any of this treatment for my children, my church members, or like I said, my worst enemy. So please understand that that's not what this was. And I'm sorry that I didn't say, what I went through was traumatic. It was painful. It was abusive, and it was wrong. I thought me sharing that was giving that definition, because clearly those treatments are painful, abusive, and wrong. But I should have put trigger warning.
Right.
This is emotional abuse. And I and my immaturity and my lack of identity and my not knowing who I was didn't know that it was dysfunctional until I realized who I was as a woman of God, and what God said was marriage, and what God said was relationship, and what God said was family, and what God said was healed. I didn't know that until I knew, oh, we're doing this wrong. There's a better path. And so therapy, I'm looking at some of the comments. My husband and I have been in therapy, the same therapist.
Since 2010.
We
15 years.
Our church.
Get a new therapist. Okay. It don't sound like you heal. It don't sound like you've engaged. It don't sound like you understand why you're wrong. It does not sound like it doesn't sound like they get why what they did in that interview was off-putting. I don't think they understand that.
Here's our therapist's number.
Absolutely.
We see him on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
We understand that it takes community, it takes the word of God, it takes therapy, together and apart. So we advocate these things to maintain health.
Right.
I wasn't able to, I didn't know, Latarius, I didn't know it was a counseling session or we weren't thinking that way. We're thinking it's an interview about our marriage, what we went.
No, it wasn't a counseling session. It was an interview, but as healed people sending a message to young Christian women in particular, you absolutely failed in explaining why they should not take trash from men when you sat there and said, that's why they're single, because they don't want what you have. When you say they're not graced like you are graced with the superpower to go through what your dusty husband is dragging you through, you failed in your responsibility to teach young girls anything. That is the problem. Y'all sitting up there laughing about abuse, being abused and abusing someone is trash.
Went through and how we overcame, and now we have a book called Love Letters, How to Make Your Marriage Better, based on what we've learned through our 34 years experience of marriage together from a very rocky.
Yeah, keep that dusty book. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly.
4-year start when we were teenagers.
And the thing is this, we've been sharing this same story for 20 years. And this is the first time that we've ever got any backlash. And I'm cool with the backlash because about 8 people came to church on Easter that watched the podcast a couple of weeks ago, and they were in our service. One person, I told you this, Latarius, drove almost 3 hours from Flagstaff, Arizona, because he watched the podcast. So he felt comfortable enough to come. And he's probably one of the people who watched the whole.
Yeah, he probably was a degenerate too. I'm sure most of the men watched you and felt your pain. I am sure a lot of men was like, yeah, man, that's good. Yeah, my girl just left. I'm glad. I need someone like you. I need a strong, I need a strong woman of God.
Hour and 21 minutes, because there's a lot of people that watched a portion of it, and they've come to a conclusion that all this has been going on right now, and we're talking 28, 29 years ago.
Right.
And I'm looking at some of the people like, I'm 24 and I would never go through that. I'm thinking, when we did this, you weren't even alive.
Right. And I have a lot of women that have reached out to me wanting help with their marriages, wanting advice on how to work through things. And so there's a lot of positives that are happening that are coming out.
Yeah.
But they weren't traumatized and they weren't triggered. They said, okay, maybe this woman has an answer, not to see an abuse, not to be treated poorly, but to know who you are and understand that what God wants from you, and hopefully apply that to your current relationship or marriage. Or single women, you can be completely whole and complete and be single and be a strong, mighty woman of God. So please, those things that came out in that 1 hour and 20-minute interview and the 20-second clip of me ironing his clothes for what I assumed was a side chick because he wasn't coming home on the weekends when he was 20. That little clip right there, I did that.
No. Don't assume. You knew he was going to go meet. You said, let me get him ready to go meet his side chick when he come in. I'ma oil his forehead and feet when he sleep. I'ma pray over him and send him off to the streets. None of the oil or the pray, none of that worked. What worked was when he got locked up.
During that one little short season of my 34-year marriage, 36 months of that to the rest of our whole life together. So that's not what this is. That's not who we are. And I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your viewpoint. And, and I appreciate mental health. I'm actually certified in cognitive behavior therapy. I'm an advocate for it because it changed my life, and I share it to change others' lives. So I appreciate your work and what you do, doctor.
And that's
Thank
what
you.
I
And
said, Dr. Martin. I love
you're
what
shady because you just that post you just pinned.
That's not shady.
That's the only post you pinned. That
Well, I mean,
that post you
because
just
y'all
is
talking
going
for a long
down.
time. Listen, it's my life.
Somebody said to pin that comment is crazy. Oh, all right.
No, I'm talking about the past. Because what I'm saying
Not
is
you
this.
guys. He pinned something. He pinned a.
Girl, read what he pinned. I want to know what he pinned. Drag him for it. Tell us what he pinned so we can drag him too.
I pinned the comment because this pastor said that, Ben, you can be too transparent, and because everybody kept saying in the chat that when you're being interviewed for somebody, you're not thinking, let me frame it in a therapeutic standpoint. You're just sharing your testimony. So I can go through 200 interviews I've done. Nobody is thinking, oh, when I did this, I should have framed it this way. You're talking freely. And the fear that I have, and I'll just tell you this, is that when people see a guest be judged publicly like that, they'll be like, oh, I ain't going on there with your wifey. His platform too big. I'm not going to be transparent like that.
The concern is that you're not going to get the people that you want to get if you provide accountability.
I don't have people in my mind about it. It's about.
No, you were right. You were right, doctor. Doctor, you were right. He trash. He was like, well, we can't judge. I need to defend them. We can't judge because if we judge, these men ain't gonna come on. They not gonna come on. They not gonna tell us. I get nothing about that. He gonna get dragged.
Healing. You got to understand this, Dr. Martin.
Well, you said it's about healing, but then you don't think about. That's an odd thing to say. Say it's about healing and not, and then say it's not my job.
You got to listen. The reality is this: people aren't trans.
See, he's an abuse. You gotta listen. She heard you and she reflected back to you what you said. And then instead of saying, oh, my bad, I misspoke, you were like, oh, you gotta listen. And then you're going to change that which you said as if she was not hearing you, that she was not right.
Transparent. In the Black community, we're taught to shut up. Don't talk about nothing. What goes on in this house stays in this house.
Absolutely.
That's what we're taught. So to get people that will get on a public platform knowing that 610,000 people can see your story, something that you've been through, it could have been 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and you will say this and reignite that thing in real time where people will attack you. I can speak on this because I live this on the platform. So I know what conversations I have with people after they did the podcast. I say, is your marriage still intact? Because this could re-trigger something in your marriage. So I say, is your marriage cool? No, we had a little conversation. They brought up something on the podcast I didn't even know. It's people that will share something on that yellow couch that has never been shared with their spouse before. And you can hear it.
Yeah, when the men start coming out about him. Sorry, nothing.
In real time, they say, I didn't know you. They'll say that on the episode. I can go through countless of them and tell you which one made that happen in. So I'll sit there and go, oh my God. Let me talk to y'all afterwards. I didn't want y'all to get on this podcast and y'all spent 3 years in marriage and 4 years of marriage and y'all fall out over this. So what y'all don't know is that God is trusting me with this platform and he's built it. It ain't me. Ain't the marketing. I've never paid for an ad. Okay. I've never done anything. So what I'm simply saying is that what you're expecting me to be in this moment is what I've never been. I'll listen to this and go, oh, now I have another tool in my toolbox. Now when these conversations take place, take a moment and go, hey, trigger warning. The first time I've learned to do a trigger warning is when I started having several people back to back on my podcast that they'll just start talking about being victims of sexual assault. I said, oh my God, like why? And I said it on the episode, I said, why has the last 4 people talked about this? So then I went back and said, now 3 episodes, I didn't put a trigger warning. The 4th episode, I put a trigger warning. I said, hey, let's go ahead and put a trigger warning on this because this is starting to become too consistent.
Yeah, all I hear is a noise of someone crashing out. I promise you, I am not hearing the words coming out of his mouth right now. All I hear is ain't nobody trying to hear none of that. All you're doing right now is crashing out. The lady corrected you and you don't know what to do, so you're crashing out. This woman got y'all shook. This is Dr. Martin, you said her name is. She got y'all shooketh.
So then now I know when I have people on the podcast that talks about this, put a trigger warning at the beginning of those episodes. So I'm saying I'm learning this in real time. You best believe that the next episode you see that this type of conversation takes place, watch how I am.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And I hope you guys have a fantastic night. And I look forward to seeing it in the future. But if you see another stitch, it means that you could have done better. So I'm gonna just put that out there. You know, I'm watching. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I don't think there was anything but welcome with this whole entire process.
I put a comment on your thing. I said, thank you for this. I said, you said this eloquently. I love it.
And I did also, doctor. I said, what a great assessment of me at 19 to 24 years old. I thought that was genius because I'm like, yeah, you spot on. All those things you said were spot on. And I believe I said, I appreciate your intelligence and your education because I think that people need to know that because that's the way we speak today. We didn't speak like that in 1990. Well, we speak like that today.
2 weeks ago, my wife and I, we preached a sermon called How to Train Your Triggers.
Right.
Of course, I had to do an Easter message this Sunday, but this Sunday we're going back together, part 2, How to Train.
The fact that there are people in this man's church listening to him is kind of insane to me. This is why when y'all tell me, "Oh my God, Timus, we love your channel," I'm like, first of all, I need to know who y'all listening to. I need to know who y'all listening to. Because if you're likening me to like him, I feel like that's an insult. That's insane to me. Like the fact that this pastor have disciples and people in his church is kind of insane to me. Shut up. Timus, watch him on. I'm gonna go look. Yeah, I'm gonna go look what he's giving because this don't sound like anyone. The fact that y'all can sit there and listen to this man is wild to me.
Your triggers, because everybody's got trauma.
Right.
Everybody's got triggers, and all we're trying to do is help people be able to manage those triggers. Because I still got people coming to me at 63 years old, and when they were 18 or 12, somebody didn't buy them a pair of boots, and they still experiencing triggers about that. And I'm like, but Philippians 3:13 says, I'm forgetting those things that are behind me.
Don't use the scripture.
I know.
You know what, Laterris, next, let me tell you something.
Come on the yellow couch, Dr. Martin. Come on.
Next time, listen, you. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. I appreciate the shade. I'm a shady person, but you, okay, all right, okay.
But I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the masses.
Are you? Yeah. Are you talking to the masses?
No, I shoot with a shotgun. Yeah. I let it spread. Yeah.
Okay.
I ain't talking about you because I know that you're a believer.
Girl, all he does is out here quoting scriptures like, sir, you have not said a complete sentence since you've been on outside of quoting a scripture.
You love the Lord.
I don't know why anyone, I think there's a difference. There's definitely a difference between a psychologist who's a Christian and a Christian who is a psychologist. Yeah. And I'm a psychologist who is a Christian. I'm not a Christian psychologist unless that's brought to me, right? So I can talk about it on both ends. But thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being comfortable sharing your story and then also doing the live as well. I hope you guys have a fantastic night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Doc. And you have a seat on the yellow couch whenever you want to come have a conversation.
Okay, thank you, Shady Boots.
Yeah, that's me.
The Discord is very rowdy. It's very rough. For newcomers in the Discord, it is very, very rough. I will be adding the people who have become Discord members at the Discord level at the end of this month. Well, this is this month, yeah. So I will let you all know. But yeah, they do jump people in the Discord.
Bless you.
Bless you. But listen, y'all. Thank y'all for doing this live. Hopefully, this will be worthwhile. I wanted Dr. Martin, as I told you, I wanted her on it because she is so wise, and I just believe that she added a lot of value. I believe that, I believe in therapy.
Blah blah blah. Let's get to the first person who came up.
I think what happened in the relationship should not have went down the way it did. But the truth of the matter is it did go down that way. And because the God that I serve is a God that turns everything for our good, for those who trust in him, he made the situation good for them and he got the glory out of it. And I believe that was the point of this episode. It wasn't for anyone to glorify abuse or say, if you want to be married, you have to go through these things. I don't believe that was the point of this. The point was literally just to share someone's testimony, because the truth of the matter is, like Lateria said, this is going on behind closed doors. And what people don't understand is what's hidden. It gives the devil ground to plant seeds in that situation. And so when you don't speak up about these things, then that's when the devil has the ability to torment you and make the situation worse than what it is. And so by this couple speaking up and speaking out, it's creating a conversation that definitely needs to be had. Now, no one is saying that what she went through was acceptable. But what we are acknowledging is that there is a spiritual standpoint to look at this.
Right.
There is zero spiritual standpoint to look at this. No spiritual nothing. It is not spiritual. God ain't did it. The devil ain't did it. A demon ain't did it. An angel ain't did it. A fairy ain't did it. Cosmo and Wanda did not do it. He cheated. He cheated. Take this out of the purview of all that dusty, degenerate, useless things. All of y'all, not you all, not you all. I am sick and tired of my fellow Christians sitting up in the church every single day talking about the devil is trying to take their marriage. Ain't nobody trying to take your marriage. Your man don't want your marriage. Your man do not want you. Your man don't want your marriage. It is that simple. Your man got a girlfriend. Your man got a boyfriend, probably a few. Ain't nobody got time for you and your foolishness. No one have time for you and your foolishness. I am sick and I sincerely hate to hear these people. Particularly, it's always like, I love you all Christian women. Come hug before I say this. I am sick and tired of hearing Christian women talk about how the devil is attacking their marriage. Ain't nobody attacking your marriage but your husband. Your husband is the devil attacking your marriage. That's it. Oh my God, you got to understand it's spiritual warfare. Ain't nothing spiritual. Ain't no warfare, none of that. She has a male God, so I expect her to speak like she is. Black women are done with religion. I think people shut off their brain around this religion thing, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I do not like it one bit. Like, this is annoying me. Why are you up here? Why did she come up there? Why did she come up there?
What I don't remember the man's name, but to Mr. Steele, what he was experiencing was demonic influence.
Absolutely.
That's just the
Oh, Mr. Steele, what it was demonic influence. Ain't no demon influence that man. Y'all need to stop it. There was zero demons involved. There was zero. No demons were involved in the cheating. Zero demons were involved in the cheating. Unless he was cheating with the demons, zero demons were involved. So y'all telling me all I gotta do is say demons were involved and I'm a Christian and y'all will excuse anything I do. Is that what y'all telling me? Is that what y'all telling me? That demons are involved and that's all I gotta do to blame? Got it. Cool. Makes sense.
reality of it. Now, it's not to say that so and what I want to say to explain that, the serpent, when he came to Eve with the apple, and you know,
Did she just said the serpent when he came to Eve with the apple? Girl, go to bed. Go to bed. Just hang it up. Hang it up. At this point, just hang that up. Hang all of it up. The demon got the Nene meme face. No, how I get it. Enough. The demons took Black Man out of the home. Wait. Girl, the fact that I level up single mom, the fact that I hear your voice saying enough is diabolical. Enough.
compared to eat the apple, the Bible says that the serpent was the best vessel to do what he wanted to do. So that means that the serpent had to already be evil, speaking from a spiritual standpoint.
Yeah, we got this serpent. Yeah, how did we? After this, I wanted to watch the other Pastor Man coming on. I might come back tomorrow and finish it. Might not. No, I'm not gonna come back tomorrow because I need to dye my hair first. I need to come back being a fresh whippersnapper. I'm gonna finish this. How we got to the deep? How we got to the Garden of Eden and a snake? Well, how we got here? I want to sing How Did We Get Here, but I probably would be off key. My throat chakra isn't open right now, so I can't sing.
So of course, the fact that he was able. The fact that he was able to have these demonic influence means that he had his own character flaws. Of course, no one is saying that the reason he was this way is because the devil or because of this. It's just acknowledging that two things can be true, right? What he did was incorrect. She should have left, but she didn't leave, and because she chose to stay, God decided to make it work for their good because He knew that He was going to be able to get the glory out of it. Good. And so that was my standpoint. That's still going to be my standpoint. And I wish that people would look at it from that standpoint because, like I said in my TikTok, it reminds me of Matthew 13:13. Where Jesus says, they hear me, but they don't hear me. They see me, but they don't see me. Yeah. And
they hear me, but they don't hear me. And you think that doesn't apply directly to the fact that that woman's husband was saying she's disgusting, useless, not her preference, dragging her for filth all through the concrete, falling from cloud 9. And all she heard was God whispering that He loves you. You don't feel like that could apply? Since we just misquoting, mischaracterizing, out of context, applying scripture, maybe they hear me, but they don't hear me meant her husband was talking and she decided to be delusional and said, yeah, my husband is calling me the B word right now. He dragging me. He say I'm disgusting and useless and that he wish he was with a Latina. But all I hear is I love you. Maybe that's what that Bible verse meant. You heard me, but you don't hear me. Yeah. Maybe that's what that meant. Since we just like reinterpret, like we're just putting a little spin on the Bible. Maybe that's what it means.
What Jesus was saying in that parable was, I'm speaking to you in parables because only those who really want to hear what I'm saying are going to hear me. If you have already made up your mind about how you want to receive this, then that's what's going to be. Absolutely. No one's here to.
You know, that explanation makes it worse. If you want me to understand something and you're going to tell me and you're going to say it's in parables because I don't want, if you don't want to understand, you're not going to understand. Guess what? I'm not going to understand. It's fine. It's fine. Apparently you don't want me. I don't understand. You don't want me to understand. I hope you don't blame me for not understanding because I literally can't understand because I told you I don't understand. So that don't make no sense. I think parables were used in the Bible for us to have interpretation applicable generally and not specific to one culture and one event. But her interpretation is fine too, apparently. Apparently you're talking to someone and they're like, if you want to understand, you will, but I will not tell you directly what I'm saying. I'm just going to speak in parables. Even though speaking to you directly, so you understand what I'm saying would be more useful, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make it harder for you, and I'm going to say it in a way that you don't understand and then tell you that, well, you should understand. If you wanted to understand, you would have understood. But maybe if you knew me, you already know I don't understand.
Change your mind. No one's here to try to convince you anything other than what you want to believe. Believe what you want to believe, but understand that there is more. There is something under the surface. If you want to dig, you can dig, but if you don't want to dig, no one's asking you to dig.
Well, girl, I ain't no miner. I ain't no miner. So I'm not about to go mine for truth and answer. If I gotta dig to understand, I ain't digging. I refuse to dig. I refuse to dig. Have you seen my hands are really soft except for these callus right here, and that's where I do my pull-ups and my bench press. So I developed callus here, which makes me feel like a real boy. I feel like a real boy with my callus. So if I'm not made for digging, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Marvelous. Listen, I got to bring somebody else up, but thank you. I love your insight. I love what you brought, and that's true. I mean, people all have their own journey and their story, and if you listen to a story and find hope and reconciliation in your own heart, then you can move forward and get healing for your own relationship. So thank you so much. Thank you for jumping on. All right, Queen. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna bring up a few people real quick. Let's see.
Went from when you started until when everybody left. So I won't repeat stuff that I had already heard. What I did want to say was what I was hoping to, and I wish I could have talked to the pastors as well, because I'm wondering how much they are involved with present day, current day, 3 decades later from when they started dating, where we are in this whole process of
the commentary from I've survived it and I understand this is not how we should cast. We're not something. But when my commentary is, I'm always explaining through that process that
All right, Pastor Don.
My friend, how you doing, sir?
Great, I'm great.
Someone said that poor guy. I don't know him. He don't seem like a bad guy. I don't know anything. Someone said, you know, you have a little lisp. I was like, and what about it? I have an accent. It's fine. They go, that guy sounds like he has too many teeth. And I was like, what? And for some reason, I don't know how to explain it. But now I understand what. No. wait, get out of the breath. Wait. What does it mean to sound like you have too many teeth? Yeah, what does that mean? Let me go back. I want to hear what it means. Let's hear it.
That actually necessarily didn't happen on the podcast. And I'm not blaming you per se. I'm saying that's the way they told their story.
Right.
Which is why people had the visceral reaction to the situation. Because if you
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know. I like I'm biting your words. Like I don't know. I don't know what it means, but I get it. Like I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain it, but I get it. What do you mean? He sounds like he has too many teeth. That don't make sense to me. I need a tissue. Please don't fall out. I don't want to tear up.
What you're doing, blessings your way, little black book. Love you, King.
Love
Take care.
appreciate that.
All right, Pastor Don.
My friend, how you doing, sir?
Great, I'm great.
Listen, I actually love it. First of all, let me say, Reggie and Kelly are great people.
Yeah.
The students are phenomenal people. I love the fact that this is so true because I want to touch on something you said. Tough conversations have to be had. Whether
all right, I'm going to disregard everything you just said if you think that sounded right to you. Not a clue. Tough conversations has to be a period. Go ahead, girl. Get into it.
comfortable because they lead to improvement.
Absolutely.
And every individual, whether you're watching live or you watched it, there's a tough situation, there's a trigger, there's something you have in your life, whether you want to share it on platform, don't want to share it. It's teaching us how to address it.
Yep.
How do you walk through this? How do you deal with traumas? How do you deal with the trigger? So whatever that trigger may be, what are the steps of that process? So whether it's this situation, whether it's the other situation, everyone has it. But now the thing is, the church, I think you created a platform to say, okay, this is the experience that's happening in the culture. Let's talk through how this happened.
Absolutely.
The great part about it is we can have the conversations. This is what's good. It's talking through whether that trauma, whether it was child abuse, whether it was, something happened to you, whether it, and again, none of it can be blown past.
What is happening here? All right.
So even people are commenting here, everyone has that something in their head. And whatever that's, even if you want to use scripture, they overcame by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. So that's the thing that I think this platform that I kind of want to applaud you on is you create an atmosphere to let's have that talk, let's have that conversation to say, hey guys, tough talks create improvement. So whatever that victim is, whatever happened in your life, let's talk about it. Let's not just blow past it because eventually if you keep sweeping on the rug, that rug is going to build up and what should have been a little small thing is going to turn into a mountain and a monument. So as a community, how do we get past that? How do we deal with the trauma? Whether it's marriage, whether you're single, whether you're dating 30 years ago, my wife and I have been together 30 years, whether you still dating today. So there's that thing. And man, I wanted to applaud you and say, listen, thank you for that. Thank
you. You know what I don't understand? How is this like this? And you're like, you have, I just don't understand. His arms and mine are like the same size, but like his body is just like, I don't fully understand what's happening. I don't fully understand what's happening. And the fact that he's still out here talking about small things. We're talking about abuse of women, girl. Like, I don't think.
thank you for the audience, thank you for the community that you curated, that we can have these conversations that years ago we couldn't have. To where you allow pastors and doctors and lay members to have how you may feel about it. And again, that doesn't mean everyone's right. Everyone has a right to their feelings. That doesn't mean your feelings are right.
That's right.
So if you're moving,
and that's why I always challenge people that say, take the episode down. You shouldn't have them on now. You don't tell me who I can have on my platform. Because if you could, you would have the Dear Future Wifey podcast. God would have created that with you. He trusts me to do it the way that I do. And in the
first thing the world will do is to give somebody something they used to need.
How you doing, Chris?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing great. What would you like to talk about?
So one thing I wanted to bring up that I don't, the first young lady that you brought up, and this is no disrespect to her at all, but I just wanted to mention the conversation about spiritualizing everything, especially in the church. I feel like oftentimes it's demons, it's devils, it's spiritual warfare, it's everything but you acting a donkey. And while, yes, I know that there can be spiritual warfare, and I know that that's a real thing, I also feel like too often, instead of just saying, this person is abusive, this person is a liar, this person is a cheat, this person is a manipulator, because that is what they are choosing to do at their big grown age as an adult. Even if they didn't have a good role model, even if they didn't, you are not responsible for your you are not at fault for your trauma, but you are responsible for how you move forward from it, especially as an adult.
Absolutely.
So when I hear people say, oh, well, it's a spiritual aspect to it, yeah, I push back on that a little bit, because I feel like this is the reason why Kelly Steele, she thought the church mothers are telling her, oh, well, you just need to anoint him with some oil and pray over him so that you can get your marriage back. And it's like, I guess it worked for her. I don't think it really worked for her in the end. But anyway, you know, she's thinking, oh, well, this man is...
So why you say that?
The beauty part, how can you...
So why you say you don't feel like it?
She said what she said. She said, I don't think it really worked for her. Why y'all mad? No, trash, two trash man. Well, three, one left. She said what she said. Leave her alone. I wish I was up there to defend her.
It worked for her.
My personal opinion,
your personal opinion.
I think that a man who truly loves you, honors you, and respects you does not want to humiliate you in front of the world.
So you feel like his intentions was that's the way that you may have received it, but you think his intention, his heart posture was, I'm humiliated.
Yes, when you say I wasn't attracted to her, I wasn't into her, she did this, yeah, you were trying to humiliate her. It's not just impact. I would argue he intended to do it. He got so accustomed to doing it that doing it comes like breathing for him. He just dragging her. That's that on that. I'm with this young lady. I hope she doesn't back off. I watched it earlier today. I think she backs off a little.
Humiliating her in front of the world.
I don't know if that was his intention, but that was the impact.
Yeah, that's the back off. No, he intended it and he did it. And if you didn't intend it and you did it, you're too trash a person.
And to some people, so I was gonna say, to some people, that's why I say I want to give a reference to stuff, because I asked him this question privately. I said, hey, this is why I asked him today. I'll be transparent. They probably gonna be mad that I said this. I said, hey, listen, Kelly, did you feel uncovered in this episode? Because to me, I'm like you. To me, I feel like he could have handled it and said certain things differently. By my opinion, I would have covered my wife differently. But I asked her, did you feel uncomfortable? She said, no. I said, so what was that? I said, he said certain stuff very callous and very like insensitive. She said, that's just how we talk to each other.
No, that is never just how you talk. People who do not want to engage in the work it takes to care for, love, cherish, appreciate, and give grace to others, they say things like, oh, that's just how I talk. Well, you don't get to talk to me. You don't get to talk to me. You don't get to talk about me. You don't get to be near me. You don't get to be around me. Now, if that's how you talk, you're a trash person. Please remove yourself from my life. Thank you. What do you mean? That's just how I talk. No, not good enough.
She said, we jones each other, we talk about each other, that's just how we talk. So they got very comfortable where they were just talking to each other like they normally do. And I said, oh, so I had to accept the fact that that's how they talk to each other.
You don't talk just like that by saying, oh, you're not the preference, you're not this, you're not that, you're this, you're that. No, I'm not doing that. No. Absolutely not. You're not going to embarrass me.
And I said, okay, they just cool like that. So, and then they made up a point where she said, a lot of people are like, you didn't touch him, that he wasn't touching you in the interview. And I said, does he usually touch on you when y'all around or whatever? She's like, no, he's not a very affectionate person. That's his personality. Well, I know people like that. So I said, okay, because I don't want to cast.
Go ask them Latino women if he's affectionate. Go ask them if he's affectionate.
My opinion, the way I move and say, well, because you didn't do it my way, then you're doing it the wrong way. So I ask. So that's the beauty that I have that a lot of people don't have the privilege of doing, is actually asking the people what my judgment may be. Because I'm like, okay, I would have done this differently. So I'll just ask them what their experience was. But I was sort of like you, where I was like, yeah, he should have did this a certain way, but she didn't feel that way, and he didn't feel that way. So who am I to tell them that y'all marriage better be the way I need y'all to operate? And they're like, well, you gonna get married, Latarius.
And that's the evolution of you, Latarius. And again, not saying anyone else. It's no different than how someone like their food prepared.
Yeah.
This is what works for you. But this is what works for you. But I do agree with the young lady. Sometimes it's not a demon. Sometimes it's just a decision, that you made in life. And I think sometimes we kind of throw what we would like and then we label it as wrong. It's like, no, personally, I would disagree with it or I wouldn't agree with it. And we just say that it's all wrong, as opposed to the question you ask, hey, does this work in your family? One of the things my wife and I teach people, it doesn't matter. We say marriage is.
All right, I'm tired, I'm bored, I'm over it. Okay, no, there are things that are wrong. There's a moral compass, you've breached it. You have nothing to offer and you're disgusting and degenerate, and that's just that on that. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I'm going to grab my food and we're going to eat, and I'm still going to watch TV. I appreciate you all for being here with me. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Bye. Okay, now that the people who don't know anything about the channel has left because they don't know there is an after show and there were too many people in here to say this, Latarius is a joke. This whole thing is a joke. The Dear Future Wifey podcast for me is a joke. And it's not a joke, haha. It's a joke because it is very clear to me that oh, God. It's a joke because in the way that he presents, I think one thing we do actually have to engage with, Davis is sloppy looking, we have to engage with is the reason these podcasts and these people exist is because of men knowing about women's need for validation and the number that Christianity has done on women. I think that's important to note. And there is a lot of unlearning that needs to happen, particularly around Christianity. And as a Christian myself, I struggle with this. I struggle with understanding and engaging with this because I don't know that you can truly be a Christian as a woman. I don't know this. I don't know that you can truly be a woman as a Christian and not feel the obligation, and maybe not based on scripture, but based on the culture of Christianity. I don't know that you can fully engage as a woman and maintain a sense of self within a Christian culture. I don't know that you can do that. So I hope that when we think about the future and what it will look like for not just the women and the men and the children, that you do center yourself. And that might seem counterintuitive, particularly to Christian women and Christian men, but I don't know how you fix that which is broken around patriarchy and the central position of patriarchy within the church. I don't know how you do it. And I can't even do what I think is the right thing, which is like, oh, get people to be Christian. I can get men to be Christian in a minute. I can argue with a man about becoming Christian. I generally don't tell women to be Christians. I can't. Like I cannot do that because I understand what comes with that and the amount of trauma that women are told, even if not biblically, socially, to endure in order to attain some ideal Christian womanhood. And so I find that really abhorrent. And what that lady, though the pastor lady, to a different extent and to a much greater extent, is experiencing, I've seen that happen to a number of women, just not to that degree. And I think that is frustrating. And I see men, if you watch all the Christian men who came up, if you engage with all the Christian men who are talking, they're in favor of the marriage, they're in favor of the abuse, they're in favor of the coverage. And I don't think this is just a Christian thing. I do think that the men generally understand, good men, quote unquote good, because I don't think they're good men, seemingly reasonably presentable good men, like to have degenerates because comparatively they are better than those degenerates, and they will always have the degenerates to point to. And instead of saying, oh, men should be better, men should get better, I think they traffic in giving men who are bad cover because it allows them to push themselves up in a way that gives them more access and credibility. That's my opinion. I don't think a lot of men who've made it successful PhD, all of that, want other men to be successful because they would raise the floor, not the ceiling, the floor. They would raise the minimum requirement, and they don't want to do that for men across the board. So that's that on that. Thank you all so much. I'm about to go eat and watch TV. I might drop into the Discord for a bit, but I don't think I'm needed in the Discord at all because we already talked about both of these videos earlier today. So have a wonderful night. Yeah, yes, Demas, this is the approach nearly every man took with me. I am not as bad as, yeah. No, it's a good tool for men to use. Have a wonderful night. I'm not coming back this time, I promise. I'm gonna end it. Have a good night. Bye. We were on for 5 hours.